What's up? What is up? What's happening? Joel Davis Media Network. What's up, man? How's it going, man? In the building. Salute to my man Innate Ways, man. Nation Hall of Famer. Salute, man. Let's get it cracking. I tell you, man. Oh, here come my daughter. Uh-oh.
Hey, y'all can mute it.
What's up, Bossy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm cool, man. Everything's cool, man. Everything's cool, man. Everything's cool. What's up? Huh?
No, it's good now.
Oh, you
Well,
can't
how
hear
are
me?
you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have another box open or something? I'm hearing like reverb in my ear or some shit. Cause I kind of broke
Yeah, we
my
can hear you
headphones.
just fine.
Okay, I kind of broke my head. What's up, Wicked? Oh, Wicked gone. What's up, WP?
Peace, peace. What it do?
What it do?
Oh, man. Hey,
Hey,
ain't
Moss.
nothing. Damn, Wicked ran out of here, man. He must think Rob is coming back, man.
He popped in and
Wicked,
popped out on us.
yeah, Wicked said, man. Wicked said he came on the block, seen Rob Shadow, and got the fuck out of here, man. Let's see if Wicked back in here. What's up, Wicked?
There you go.
Yo, Chief, I was thinking I'm gonna be nicer. I don't want to make nobody else cry again, But Chief,
Oh
real
man,
quick, last thing I'm gonna say is this, and I'm gonna be serious, like trying to go forward. And let me finish. I'll be quick. I wasn't gonna come back anymore, Chief. But then I thought because Rap hit me with all straight facts. But then I thought, you know what? If Mossy could show his face after that one day, I can too.
wow, yeah,
I'm not gonna
damn,
ask what happened. Which show do I have to catch up on to what happened? What you
Last
talking about?
night, last night.
Okay, got
You
you. Do that.
you were there?
Nah, bro. I've been real busy, bro. I missed it, but I'll catch up on it.
That's a
yeah.
good one.
The end of last show was the last show. Things got, I mean, it
It
was
is what it
just two
is.
men, just two men, two men, two an hombrito and a
Yeah,
glider just at odds, man. Ain't nothing
right.
Got
wrong with it,
No,
man.
I mean, long story short, Rob wanted me to fly to Philly. He gave me his address to go see what it is.
not one of them again.
One of them, like, what's his name, King? Hey, what's up with these Philly son, man? Huh? Some
Yeah,
words.
Yeah,
They
make it
smoking
so
something out
emotional.
there. No, but anyway, like I said, I'm gonna stop being mean. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, and
Man, stop
hey
playing.
man.
I'm being serious. I
You part
promise,
of the
guys.
show. You part of the show, man.
Ag Nation. I'm sorry if anybody thought I was being rude. I swear to God on everything I love, I'm gonna be serious. I'm not even gonna make fun of these clowns that are shooting the elderly.
Wicked in his feelings, man.
Yeah, we can stop playing.
Oh man,
That's
wicked in his
that's what make
feelings,
this
man.
show the show, bro.
Salute to
I make the show.
Leslie Allen, man. Leslie A. She says, "I enjoy your show, man." Yeah, man. Salute to you, Leslie. Um, yeah, man. But listen, man. We'll see. We'll see if we'll see what happens tonight, man. We'll see what happens tonight. It was a good show last night. It was a great show last night. Salute to my man Gary M. Gary M. with the nifty on it. What's up, AP? Did you see the show last night, AP?
I did. It was cool.
Oh, we already know what AP thinks though. I mean, I can tell you what she thinks. She's
Nate Ray says
gonna tell me
it's
build a
Sammy
what?
the Bull.
She's gonna tell me
Go ahead.
build a what?
Go
No,
ahead, AP. What was your take on it? What was your take on
no,
the
I thought it was
situation?
a great show. I like Rob because Rob sounds like a good dude, and he's fed up, just like a lot of us are fed up. So,
I'm
you know,
fed
I
up
don't,
too. We're all fed
I
up.
know,
I'm
I
fed
know,
up as
I know.
fuck.
We all fed up. That's why we're on the off show. And
Exactly.
everybody, and I think this is a great show. People can express themselves. I like that
Exactly.
Rob expressed himself. Wicked man, you need to stop. But I like the fact that you expressed yourself. It's a panel and it's a free speaking
No,
panel,
no, of
and
course. I'm gonna stop. I'm
it
gonna
is
be
what it
nice.
is.
I'm gonna stop.
No,
I'm
you
gonna be
don't
nice.
just my advice is everybody be yourself. That's it.
Right, right. And me, I'm nice. That's myself. So I'm gonna be me.
Wicked in
Yo,
his feelings,
yo, but
man.
one thing's for sure though, and I say this with the utmost certainty, Chief. Everyone here loves you, man. You're the man. You do a great job, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah,
Hit the
man.
super
Salute,
chat,
man.
hit the
Salute
cash
to
app,
y'all.
Patreon, all of that.
Salute to y'all, man. Salute to all
And,
y'all,
and
man. I love
and the
all
thing
y'all
about
too,
it
man.
is, I like it that Ock allows everybody to come on this panel because a lot of these so-called conservatives, you go in there and you start speaking truth, then they cut your mic off, you know.
Yeah,
So
Marcy in the building. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Like a lot of conservatives, man. That's why this is the town hall, man. Everybody has their place. Like I say, man. Brandon Tatum, he does a great job traveling the country, going on Fox News, being that great man that he is. ABL report the news every day. Greg Foreman talking about controversial issues. All those guys do great jobs, and this is what I do. Even people like Chaotic Truth and Black Gen Z, and what's my man? He was just in the chat. God damn, I forgot. Joel Media. He
The one guy that the one clean cut brother, I remember him, the son man that was from like Illinois. He was cool too. You
who?
remember him? I forget his name, but I think Black Conservative or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. I
Remember
got I
him?
got
You don't remember him?
Nah, I don't remember
You
Black.
talking
I
about
know.
TJ?
Oh,
TJ,
nah.
the black conservative?
No, he has his like his own show. He's from Illinois. He came out here once, and people knew who he was.
Oh,
But he was
oh,
Oh,
oh, oh, oh, I know who you're talking about, man. The dude that coaches teams and stuff.
exactly him. He
oh
sound
Yeah.
like a
yeah,
good dude.
yeah. You talking about Magnificent Man? What's his name?
I
The
forget what
man
his
of
name is.
Renaissance Man.
There it
Renaissance
is.
Man.
There it is.
Right. He was a good dude
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Wicked,
So
man.
yeah, go
I
ahead,
thought,
Nate. I want to know what you think about yesterday's
man,
show, man.
Wicked. Why ain't you on a plane going to Philly, dog?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm glad you asked. I'm gonna be honest, cause Robson is scary, and I'm scared of him. You feel me?
Oh man,
Come
never
on,
let her
man.
see you sweat, Wicked man. Don't
Nah,
never
I mean,
let her
hey,
see
I'm
you
I'm
sweat.
man enough to admit that I'm scared. You know,
You sound scared too,
I
man.
I'm scared, dog. Like he said he had a 357 Magnum. I don't want those problems. You
Yeah,
feel
man.
me?
So Nate,
Man,
though,
he's 7 foot tall.
all jokes aside, though, Nate, man. What did some of what Rob say resonate with you, man?
On some real shit, man. Kind of, man. Like I ain't with all that like separation shit and all that, man. But and I know I say gliders are pussy all the time, but when I hear it come from other people, it bothers me a little bit. And truth hurts. That's why I always say, man, motherfuckers need to take that L. Don't be afraid of shit, man. Motherfuckers just don't respect you if you're a coward. If you stand up, at least you get respect. Motherfuckers won't fuck with you. You if you're willing to give the same energy, you're straight, flat
Yeah,
out.
True.
yeah, that's true. True indeed, man.
Yeah, modern
Uh,
Renaissance man, he goes in hard on the schools and what they're doing in the schools with the CRT and the gender affirming policies.
you refer me. All right, man. Let's get started, man.
but I agree with what Rob's saying. The biggest enemy of bloggers is liberal bloggers. Because to be honest, the stuff that some people get away with, they will not get away with it if bloggers they didn't have liberal bloggers to back them up. And that's a fact.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Liberal gliders are the enemy of a lot of people,
Exactly.
man.
But
Enemy number one.
that's the thing. That's my problem. Is me and you both know that the gliders could handle this problem immediately through the government, the military, and police, and their
Definitely.
and especially the correctional officers.
In the
We
battle of
know that,
nine, they could solve this problem by Monday if they just didn't just took their gloves off. They could have this problem solved by
right?
Monday.
And if you don't mind me saying, I know jokingly like we're saying that the Summen be attacking be beating on the white boys, but let's be honest. The main one fucking up the conservative white boys is the liberal white boys. They're beating the
Absolutely.
dog
Yep,
shit out of
facts.
these dudes.
Yeah, man. They're fucking up everything. It's because they got their paws on everything, man. You know, everybody wants to just blame Juice Crew, but
Right.
you
Right.
know, Juice Crew's
Exactly.
just a fraction of
A
the problem.
proxy.
And
Yeah.
I would take it further. The reason that the Sun people are messed up is because of sisters. And who funds the sisters? The liberal gliders.
Liberals.
Yeah, sisters ain't no joke, man. But we're gonna get into some sisters today, man. But salute to Shaggy, man. Shaggy with the Cash App, Aaron with the Cash App, man. Salute to all you guys, man, taking that $5 choppers, man. Salute to you guys.
Yeah, I gotta get some new hoodies
It's
too.
sad. There's such a wasted
Salute.
life. We had
All my
a very young
shit covered
man
in
at the peak of
oil.
his life who's lost it.
Wasted life, and police officers still on the ground at Richmond's Belt Atlantic Apartments today. They're trying to ease the community's fears after a young man was killed in a double shooting last night.
Police say the shooting is the first murder of the year in the city of Richmond. It happened at the South.
Wow, salute to Richmond. They got to the 13th with their first murder. Man, salute.
Apartment complex that's painfully familiar with violence.
8 News reporter Rachel Keller has been speaking with residents and officers there. She joins us now live with the latest.
Well, I'm told the man who was shot and killed was babysitting his 4-year-old nephew, and that child witnessed the murder.
She
This
could
is
get it.
just one incident
Smash.
of many here recently at the Belt Atlantic apartment complex, and some residents say they're scared.
Richmond police were called to the Belt Atlantic Apartments on Midlothian Turnpike just after 6:30 last night. Emotions running high as family members found out their loved one was shot and killed.
They killed my son. My son in this ambulance.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. These sisters, man, the shit they deal with and the shit to their own fault. God, they killed my son. Just coming up on scenes with your son dead. He's been murdered. Like he
Right.
didn't just die. He didn't keel over. He didn't pop sack and he didn't hit his head on a
Yeah,
counter and die in
back
his
in a fucking
sleep.
coffin from overseas or nothing.
Yeah, this motherfucker like literally died a gruesome, piercing death with hot slugs burning his flesh, bleeding out, fucking all types of fucking pain, gruesome death.
It's been normalized for him.
Police found a man who was shot and took him to a nearby hospital. Acting Police Chief Rick Edwards says the second man was found dead inside an apartment.
We had a very young man at the peak of his life who's lost it, and another young man who is suffering from severe wounds.
The complex riddled with violence. A young mother and her child shot dead in a mass shooting in April of 2021, and a young man shot and killed last August. Residents say they want.
Now think about this. So you had a woman, I did that story. That woman was killed in a mass shooting, April 2021. Another guy killed last August, and now this. So that's three murders in a year, 2 years, a little less than 2 years, right? And to me, not for nothing, that don't seem like a lot for a neighborhood like this. Look at this. This is projects. That seems like a good kill rate. This is a pretty safe place. What do y'all think?
It's got a nice aerial view. It looks pretty cool.
I mean, for Blackistan, that's a great ratio.
Exactly.
Looks like about 200 apartments or so, and only
Right.
3 incidents in 2 years. That's pretty good.
Right.
Well, not shootings. Of course, they've had more shootings, but murders where people have died. I'm sure there's been more shootings. I went to school in Richmond. I lived in Richmond for a long time.
And that's because Richmond hasn't turned totally insane yet. Like in Richmond, there is a lot of black city council, but there's also people who do have a bit of common sense. So that's the only thing that's saving it for a little while. but it's just a matter of time as demographics change.
It's some slow, cross-eyed, pot-belly, not need, fucking drawn face, fucking open mouth breathing white folk down there in Richmond, man. They got like it's something in the water. I don't know what the white people drink down there, but they're like borderline retarded in Richmond, man. It's crazy. Anybody been to Richmond know what I'm talking about? Get in the chat and tell me if you know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. The white people in Richmond are borderline retarded. And I'm not talking about the ones that live over there like Monument Avenue on the west side. I'm talking about the common white person in Richmond. I'm not talking about the people that pay the
yeah,
tax base. I'm not talking about the tax base. I'm talking about the regular white. You been there, Shaggy?
yeah. They got like South Richmond and stuff like that
Exactly.
too. They're close to like Suffolk County and the country area and
Yeah,
stuff.
they're
Yeah,
kind of
you're right.
like they're like they're not even King of the Hill. They're like they're worse than King of the Hill characters. They're
They're
like
like somewhere between King of the Hill and Kensington, something like that.
yeah, it's just weird down there, man. But they don't kill each other. And every murder in Richmond, almost every single murder is committed by a black person. And almost
99.99% of them are committed by blacks. And I tell you
yeah.
too, near the BCU campus, the wokesters have taken over. Do you know they tore down all the Confederate statues?
I lived on Monument. You
All those
know,
beautiful statues are gone. They're
I
gone.
lived on Monument Avenue because I had an apartment off campus, and I lived on Monument Avenue in an efficiency. And I got out every day when I left out of my apartment. I saw those huge. I mean, and they were fucking statuesque. I mean, they were fucking great fucking monuments.
Very
Very
beautiful
beautiful. And I
statues.
walked down the
History.
yep. My walk to school, I saw all of them because I walked straight down Monument, right to get down to what's that, Broad or Belvedere, whatever that is. I can't remember. It's been a long time, but whatever, you're straight down there, and you would and listen, man. They spray painted them things, and then they tore them things down, and I can't believe the thought that they did that shit is still like crazy to me.
But
Somebody,
see,
but
they were working on this for a long time because remember when they wanted to put Arthur Ashe statue on Monument Avenue, and
yeah,
the Black City Council wanted that, and people were like, well, why were you putting his statue on Monument, which Monument was dedicated to Civil War heroes, and even his wife didn't want that statue put there, but the Black City Council, see, they've been working and chipping at this for a long time, and with the maniac George Floyd thing that happened, they just
yeah.
went haywire.
Why didn't they just find a black war hero to put there? The black people are so stupid. They want to
I
put a
do.
tennis player up there with all those fucking war
I,
heroes.
I, I do you remember? And I think it was Louisiana where they took down the statue of Henry Clay and replaced it with a hair comb.
Oh my
Do you
god, yeah, oh
remember
yeah. That was the mayor of New Orleans. I saw that. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But let's go. Let's move along.
that? And say they want out.
These grounds is just done. It's just time to just let it go.
Police units there today as officers spoke with folks to help them feel safe.
We understand that people are on edge. Obviously, it's very concerning.
Charles Willis with United Communities Against Crime returning to the scene after bringing family members involved to a safe environment.
We need citizens to become more active in being proactive. Become more active in being proactive about the gun violence that happens within your community, because if not, you're going to be next.
Now,
I
it's
think
unclear if
Chaotic
these
Truth said it
cases
best.
are related at this time.
You need Karens to come in there and call people out on their small things, their small bullshit, to prevent the big stuff from happening. Because if they know they're going to get called on it, they know they're going to get people show up, then they're going to take care of
Here's
No,
the
it. They're
what they
going
problem
to
with
need
move
to
that.
do
somewhere
is
else.
cut off Section 8. No, they need to cut
Not
off Section 8 and welfare because that's the crowd that's causing a lot of the violence there. A lot of those government subsidized apartments, those people don't pay full rent. They're on the subsidies. And a lot of those women don't work. They have a whole bunch of children. They're letting Pookie and Ray Ray stay there, and they're causing problems. That's what
Yeah,
needs to happen.
It,
And
it, it,
that's part of the should be part of crime prevention.
especially now with the way they track money, That'd force everybody to have to get a job. You'd have to show how you get your income. You wouldn't be able to just sell dope and live somewhere.
That's good, man. I think that's good, but they're going to get rid of that because they're going to say that that's racist. But
You're right.
they are they're gonna it's everything disproportionately affects black people. So I mean, it's going to be a
We don't
problem.
know the identities of the two men tonight, but we do know the man who survived is in stable condition. We're told police will be monitoring here at the scene for at least another 24 hours. If you have any information, contact Richmond Police. Live in Richmond tonight, Rachel Keller, 8 News.
Over a dozen cars were broken into at one Prince George's County apartment complex, but it's what they were after that's raising some eyebrows. David Kaplan's on the story tonight. He's live at Prince George's Police Headquarters
So
in Hyattsville.
now here's the thing. This is PG County, right outside of DC. What they're literally protesting right in DC about a 13-year-old that was shot while doing this. All these people in Prince George's County are woker than the people in the city because these are the people that escaped. These are the black people that got two nickels to rub together and left DC. So they have survivor's guilt. So they go extra woke. And now it's coming out there and it's been out
So,
there.
David, what is it?
They're also the ones that were protesting for a 31-year-old teacher that got that died after being tased.
I'm glad you brought up that teacher because I have a theory. You think he took one for the team?
Nah.
I mean, it seemed like he was doing.
Some men are not valorous like that. They ain't taking them for the team. That shit was an organic situation.
Yeah, but he was. I mean,
he
he's
was
bringing up
just a
George
junkie.
Floyd and everything like that, and you know,
Nah,
and Cousins bought all that property at the top of the market. She might be underwater right now.
That's gliders. That's glider trying to make sense of the shit.
Well, Jim, it's airbags, and this is certainly a story that we have heard before, but neighbors at this one particular complex estimate about 20 cars broken into overnight. Police say they don't have a specific number. They're continuing their investigation. Fox 5 speaking with one neighbor who had her window broken overnight.
I woke up like a regular day, got ready for work, made my coffee, and off I went to work. As soon as I came out and I approached my car, I noticed the window missing. And as I got closer, I realized that the airbag was missing.
All right, so this happened at the Barclay Square Apartments in Beltsville overnight. You walk the parking lot there, you can tell what happened. The driver's side windows were broken. We saw tarp where windows used to be on some cars, or we saw shattered glass on the ground next to cars which were already towed away. We wanted to give you some context about what is happening here. Laura Garcia heads the automotive program at Northern Virginia Community College's Alexandria campus. She says that there is still a parts shortage in the auto industry, that there's an illicit market for airbags. They are in demand. And one other big thing that makes them vulnerable. Take a look.
And the airbag is fairly easy to remove. And they may even cut and slice some parts of your steering wheel and steering column in order to get that airbag out, which would cause further damage and further expense.
Prince George's County Police also confirmed that there was a similar incident at an apartment complex nearby this one that happened last week. In terms of prevention, something you can do at home, they really recommend going old school with this one. The old club that you can put across your steering wheel is one good.
So some men are bringing the club back. They're going so they're bringing
Actually, this story actually warms my heart because all those programs they're doing, like repairing autos, like in the hood and stuff. It's paying off, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Like they know how to remove those parts now.
Right, it's recycling too, because it's got to go get fixed.
I have two questions. One, how much are the airbags going for? And two, all the new model cars, when you see the red light blinking, isn't that an alarm? These alarms aren't going off?
They probably don't give a fuck.
They don't.
You think anybody gets called when the alarms go off?
But 20 of them?
They're like, no, well, I get what he's saying, but I think when people are that is a great point. I mean, that is I hear when somebody alarm in my neighborhood goes off, it could be down the street and it sounds like it's right out in front of my house.
Right.
So I understand what he's saying, but I think when people are so brazen and they're going so hard, as we would call in DC, they're going so hard that they don't care.
They can break that window with a BB gun or something, jump in that car, rip that airbag out in like 45 seconds.
So
Yeah,
that
and
calls so they get in 45 seconds. So that means the alarm doesn't go off.
The alarm
no, the
goes off, but
alarm
they
don't
don't give
go
a
off.
shit.
Well,
45 seconds, you don't even have
how long do
time
you
to
think it
stand up
takes the
and look.
cops? How long do you think it takes the cops to respond to an alarm going off?
I don't know
7 minutes or something like that.
I
about
mean, you call the cops about an alarm going off. That's like a noise complaint. It'll take like an hour.
right, but
Exactly.
if you have a
And if you
number
go
of
out,
them in the same,
if you go out there
Let me
yourself,
play. This might give us some
Tonight,
insight.
I've been reporting how crooks are stealing tires off of cars all around the DMV. But that may not be all they're taking. They're also often stealing airbags. Our Dave Laval is
Catalytic
live tonight in
converters.
Alexandria, where they've seen a spike in this crime. And Dave, this has really become a very serious issue.
Yeah, Chris, it is very serious. In fact, all of our news cars, including this one and pretty much any car on the road these days, have airbags. The National Insurance Crime Bureau estimates roughly 50,000 airbags are stolen every year. That results in an annual loss of more than $50 million to car owners and the insurance companies. Well, the DMV has not been spared, as several major law enforcement agencies we spoke to told us airbag thefts are becoming more common.
Y'all want to know why this is taped up?
Bibo Aburish has the answer for followers on social media.
That's why.
Stolen airbags. Aburish records the cars he's called upon to tow away to repair shops. He says most of his calls are for cars with stolen wheels, but he's also noticed more missing airbags.
Sometimes 3, 4 a day. I mean, they're going in and they're hitting random parking lots, hotels, apartment complexes, and they're getting 4 or 5 a night.
It seems the thieves mostly target a particular brand of car.
It's more the Civics and the Accords that are having their airbag.
Hit one if you have a Civic or an Accord.
I
used to have one.
I heard that as a result of the Sunman doing this, the price for that back window skyrocketed.
And then that fool last night had the nerve to say, the guy didn't have a right to defend his property from the 13-year-old. I mean, and think about this. These are not rich people. These people have to get up. Like Lady said, I have to get up and go to work.
Apartment complex.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, these are working class people, but these are still woke people. These people are annoyingly woke. These people are literally still, even with their shit getting stolen, they're still bitching. They were still bitching about that kid getting killed. And they would still call for whoever killed him to be prosecuted. These people in PG County are sick. They're demented. I don't know. I've never been to San Francisco, or you know what I'm saying, I've been to Manhattan, but I would put PG County with anybody on the planet in the world. It's the richest black county in the country. You got a bunch of rich Sun people out there that's trying to fucking be like down with the cause and down with the hood as much as they can. Fucking, they're ridiculous.
Stolen. And it's not that hard.
Alexandria police told us thieves can pull them out in about 30 seconds.
If they know what they're doing, they're just getting in there, popping it out, and then leaving.
The city also noticed a recent uptick in stolen airbags.
Last week, we did have 10 reported airbag thefts in our city. That's a lot higher than we normally get reported in a month. On average, we usually get about 8 a month.
Alexandria is not the only area with a problem.
Over the last few weeks, we have seen a large increase in the theft of motor vehicle parts, with nearly 40 airbags being stolen from cars in our district in one evening.
Fairfax.
That's a huge problem.
Damn.
That's huge problem. This is Northern Virginia. They're woke too.
Fairfax County Police released this video back in July to alert car owners about the thefts. Alexandria Police, meanwhile, say there are things you can do to protect your car. Park in a well-lit area, lock your car, and consider getting a theft prevention system, such as a steering wheel locking device.
That ain't gonna work.
The National Insurance Crime Bureau says
It's a
a new
deterrent.
airbag, which retails for roughly $1,000 from
They
a
gonna
car
steal that
dealer,
shit too.
costs between
Yeah, but they
$50
gotta
to
hack it off. It takes way
$200 on the
longer.
black market. We're live in Alexandria. Dave Laval, DC News Now.
I still want to know how
Sad
much
that
per.
such a wasted life. You know,
I
we
got
had
one. I got
a very
one.
young man.
Hold on. I
He
got
said
one
1,000. He
showing.
said they're
In the
worth
chat, it
1,000.
said 1,300.
Yeah, they said
They ain't
1,300
cheap.
per bag.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
1,300.
Could be.
There go a guy in Detroit actually doing it.
The video
What's that?
speaks for itself, from the thief's first attempt to shatter the glass to the time he pulled the steering wheel out of the vehicle. It took 18 seconds. The victim tells me she
18 seconds.
That's a bad motherfucker, man.
Gone in 18 seconds.
He
That's
wanted
the
it
hardest
so
stunt ever
bad
worked.
that it seemed like even with him hearing my voice, he still didn't care.
So
shattered
she's
glass.
yelling at this guy while he's doing this, and he doesn't care.
She's yelling at him through a Ring door cam, probably.
Didn't care.
Shattered glass in her driveway, a missing steering column in her Malibu, a cast, and a crutch are all reminders of a distressing Thursday morning for this Detroiter. She didn't want to broadcast her identity, but she wants to share this video and her story, hoping it'll help police catch this man. Look closely. At 9 a.m. Thursday, near Schoolcraft in Evergreen, her Ring surveillance camera captured the man breaking the glass on her Chevy Malibu. The camera detected his movement and sent a notification to her phone.
Now think about. Just stop it right here.
9 a.m.
There's a man in there. Oh, she's her. You see this happening. You come outside. This guy starts reaching and shit. You fire on him. He dies. And every single person in the city is at a fucking goddamn elementary school auditorium the next day bitching about you.
It's fucked up.
That one sister that debates the glider would have been pissed.
That's what that victimization gets you.
It wasn't too much I can do because on my way to him, I fell down the stairs and messed myself up, so I pretty much crawled to the door.
Despite yelling at the thief, he continues rummaging around her steering wheel, detaching it in just 18 seconds. The camera on her front door.
That motherfucker didn't even open the door.
He took the entire steering wheel?
Why not?
The fuck?
Because I mean, here's the
can't say
thing.
something
Here's the
to work
thing.
hard.
If she's yelling,
Exactly.
you
9
don't
a.m.
got time to just get the fucking thing out. He just ripped the whole fuck. I didn't know it was that easy. It's frightening that
Wow.
it's that easy to do
I
that.
Yeah.
know people that
I
used
used to do
this.
auto body.
Oh yeah, you used to do auto body.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to use there's a actual nut on the steering wheel that holds it down there. Like ripping it out the column, I never even thought to try that shit because I got to put shit back together correctly. But I would have never even thought that was possible.
I work in a body shop, but back in the day, I used to know people that did this, and that's how I knew about 45 seconds. But them motherfuckers got in the car. This motherfucker didn't even open the door, man. What the fuck?
18 seconds. Salute to Kevin P. Kevin P says, my first Cash App because I'm enjoying the convo. Salute to salute to you, bro. Yeah, man.
Door shows him running towards his vehicle, which eventually comes into view after he drives off.
Almost hit that car, turns around and pulls off.
He got into a white Magno with a dark stripe down the middle of it, hits a U-turn, and speeds away. Police say he will likely sell the airbag on the black market.
Roughly, it's between, I would say, $450 to maybe $800 per airbag.
Okay, so that's worth it. I mean, for a crackhead or street, think about it. You're a son, man. You get fucking one of those a week. That's $400. You get two every 2 weeks. That's $800. That's how much you would make at a fucking 9-to-5 job, working at McDonald's or working at fucking Shoe City or working at Foot Locker or working at, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how much you would
Just
make.
a lot more exhilarating.
Yeah,
a lot more
and it's
exciting to do it this
easier.
way.
I mean,
If it takes 18 seconds, I mean, you do a bunch of them, you're making more money than a CEO.
Nah, for real, man. If I was that motherfucker, man, I'd be lining them up. I'd do about 15 a day.
Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, that's how long it takes. 18 seconds, man.
An investigation is now underway after this humble Texas ISD teacher was caught on video. assaulting a student. The incident occurred Wednesday in a Humble high school classroom. Other students tried to break it up.
It's humble, witch.
But the teacher refused to let the young man go, eventually wrestling him to the floor. The student's father, Elbert Bolden, told Fox 26 the video
So
of
this doesn't tell you, like, you can't divine from this woman that obviously that kid did something really, 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 really egregious before the camera started rolling.
Of course.
This is not no to act like, well, you know, this is just a black kid's experience in the classroom when it's a white teacher. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. She know you.
His son's assault is hard to watch, and that it's even more difficult to watch knowing rather it's a teacher putting his hands on the teen. So is this appropriate behavior for a teacher? Even the teacher's own policy state the only time you're supposed to use force like that is if the student is physically harming another student or he's hurting you. Adds Bolden, who says school officials told him there was a substitute in his son's class at Humble High School Wednesday.
Substitutes get hell as Blackistan, boy.
Humble. It drives me crazy when they can't learn how to pronounce the city name right.
Yes, yeah. You a substitute, man. When we found out we had a substitute that day, woo-wee.
It's
Man,
on.
So the English teacher went into the class to tell his 10th grade son he was too loud and stayed in his face antagonizing him. My son told him, "You told me to be quiet. I'm not saying nothing else." And that's when I was told the teacher snatched the chair from under my baby. This upset dad says the teacher created chaos in the classroom and he believes the video shows a crime being committed against his son. I want him arrested, charges filed. I want his teacher's license revoked. I don't want him to be able to go to any school in any state and be able to teach another child in the event he may do this again. If I would have put my hands on my baby, I would have been in jail. He says,
"Is that true?"
If you had
that's a father talking like
disciplined
that?
him for insolent for insolence like that, he wouldn't be talking back to the teacher like that.
I mean, think about it. That's the father talking like that.
This is my baby and all this
a big swole dude too.
Yeah, big swole son, man. Talking about my baby. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man?
Out in the event he may do this again. If I would have put my hands on my baby, I would have been in jail. He says his son who was left limping on crutches, bruised, significant swelling, had to be taken to the emergency room. But Bolden says he's unsure his teen he is sure his teen would have been taken to jail if he had behaved like the teacher. Well, you're right.
Well, hold on. Time out. The kids never get taken to jail when they behave like that. But they get to say this stuff and it goes completely unchecked. I bet if you go to this woman's comment section, no one will say, wait a second. Some teens act like this 24/7, 365, coast to coast in each and every single school district, in each and every school, every single day. And they're not taken to jail for it. No one will ever say that. Everybody just lets these.
And that's the fault of the schools absolutely hiding this from the public.
He had behaved like the teacher. Well, you're right about that, Dad. Bolden says he's now worried about his son's mental health. How's my son going to be mentally? We already see how he is physically. Physically, he'll heal. Me, myself, my wounds from the military healed. But I still deal with the invisible wounds of PTSD. Dr. Elizabeth Fagan, Humble ISD Superintendent. Humble ISD issued a statement condemning the incident, stating the teacher had been put on leave. The district also said it is unlikely he will be returning when the investigation concludes. Is that enough? That they would have dragged him out of there in cuffs?
Oh, they absolutely would have dragged him out of there in handcuffs and, traumatized him further. But I used to work in a school for children with behavioral and developmental disabilities. So we had pretty extensive training on.
So look at her. Again, she's comparing black people to kids with developmental, you know what I'm saying?
We can say it, retarded kids.
Exactly.
I'll say it. I'll take the blame.
Is that unfair, Ike? Is that unfair to do at this point?
It's just interesting that every time one of these liberals talks about this, they equate black
Well,
kids with these kids.
average IQ is what, 70, 65? That's officially retarded as far as IQ level, right?
When it's appropriate to do restraints in schools. Fortunately, I never had to be involved in that. But one of the first things they teach you is that you never use restraints, which slamming him up against the wall is not any sort of recognized restraint. But even in the case where you're using a recognized restraint, it's never to be used to get a child to behave the way that you want them to behave. It's never a disciplinary action like it was in this case.
She knows nothing about what happened there. She has
And
no
she has no, and she has absolutely no idea how powerful that Sun Man is, as far as that Sun Teen is. He is as strong as an adult, and if you don't do that, he will come back and beat you down.
Notice the Soviet poster behind her celebrating communism.
Yeah, I just seen that too.
Is that Twitch? Twitch logos on the poster? It looks like it.
And I know that teaching is a stressful job. I've done it. It's hard. But one of the things about that job is that you need to check your emotions at the door, and you need to take care of yourself before you go in to work around the children, because you can't be projecting whatever's going on in your home life onto these children.
Why is she putting all this on this guy? Who said that guy was going through something?
She's trying to drop the idea that this guy probably beats his wife too.
Lest you be violent like this situation, and there needs to be further accountability for what's happened. He should be arrested and he should be charged.
And again, I don't have another backstory, but let's talk.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. That's simple.
About what was reported here. Left one classroom, went into another classroom, made a beeline for this student, got in this student's face. Like, I have to believe that if you were to ask about this particular teacher, you probably would hear similar, whoa, when he's in a mood. There's no stopping him.
The disciplinarian teacher that they called when they needed someone to come in there and take care of a Sun Teen that's out of control.
Not a word about what this kid did.
Right. Everybody knows that it doesn't matter what he did anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't
He's an
matter.
angel.
He's an angel. We're gonna get into the main event in a minute. I just got a couple more stories.
Hey, Ike, if only Fisherman was here to call that glider queen a stupid ass bitch.
Crime on camera, shocking surveillance video showing the moment two crooks make use of a massive rock in a home break-in attempt while a family of 5 was sleeping inside. And these aren't the only crimes.
Think about this. You're inside the house with your kids and your wife, and 2 Sunmen are throwing a huge rock at your door. 2 gangly, dark-skinned, dreaded out gold teeth Sunmen straight out of Hollywood casting for the fucking gun memorial are outside throwing a rock. That's man, me right now. Like if that happened to me right now, if I was like, oh shit, and I looked out and saw that, I would be terrified. It's like okay.
It's like Urban National
My ad
Geographic.
cap talent, a couple in the chest will take care of that.
That's Urban National Geographic, guys.
Hold on, time out, Johnny. Johnny, you said you would go out and shoot those guys. They didn't. All they did was throwing a rock against a door.
You don't have to go out and shoot them. They're breaking into your house. You shoot through the broken glass on the door.
They're not knocking on the door to sell Girl Scout cookies with a fucking rock.
Have you seen the last 2 cases that we've seen? I don't know if you shoot them before they break that doorway. I don't know if you're not in trouble.
Crime
It depends on the
shocking
state law.
surveillance video showing the moment two crooks make use of a massive rock in a home break-in attempt while a family of 5 was sleeping inside. And these aren't the only crimes these crooks are accused of.
And one of them was recently caught by police. Local 10's Rosh Lowe joining us live now from South Miami with how they were able to track him down. Rosh.
Okay, so this is a big deal because we're not talking about 1 or 2 cases.
we're not talking about one or two stolen cars. What we are talking about, according to police, is a group of thieves who have no issue breaking into your home. And we're talking about multiple
In
cities
Florida?
in multiple counties.
They better
now
watch
on
out.
arrest. January 7th, South Miami. I want you to look at this crystal clear video. Thieves find a Mercedes with a key fob inside, but that's not enough. Cops say these crooks are after the Bentley in the garage, but they don't have that key fob. So they try to break into this house. And that's what sets this case apart. These guys won't stop at the easy grab, say police. Cops say this house recently built. It has hurricane impact windows, but that doesn't stop these guys. Now keep in mind, according to police, inside the home, a husband, wife, and 5 children, including an infant sleeping. These guys decide to use a large boulder. You can see a baby stroller here. After the boulder bashing doesn't work, these guys decide to go to the next level. You see that 2x4 holding up the palm tree? Well, they take it.
Oh yeah, I'm with Johnny on this one. I'm with Johnny on this one. They better fucking duck.
Yeah, and they're already in the garage.
You have no idea what they're going to do when they get inside.
No, but here's the thing.
And they're using weapons.
They
So
be in real
that's
resourceful
possible
right
deadly
now.
force
Is that
attack.
in Florida? That's in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you could shoot them. You
No,
could
no,
shoot them.
I get it. You could shoot them. We all understand. You would blow their brains up, right? We get it. But just what about what they're doing? The brazenness of it. We get that you'll shoot them.
Oh yeah, it's the brazen.
It's insane. It's insane. It's also insane. It's completely.
They're brazen because no one stopped. No, they haven't stopped effectively.
They left and came back with more shit. Like
I wonder how that looks under the purge law. Like what will happen to them? You know?
Yeah, and the reason I'm discounting shooting him because if you shoot him, he's dead, and it doesn't matter. Like this guy doesn't look like they're concerned about that.
But that's
I'm
I'm okay with that.
They're in a place where anyone could have a gun.
Right, but is that serving as a deterrent?
No,
Rising Crime News said.
That's a good point.
Rising Crime News says it best. If some men can't be taught to fear the police, they have to be taught to fear their victims.
But I makes a good point right now, Johnny.
It's zero fucks given.
The argument is that if there's more guns, then some man's gonna chill. But look at this.
Yeah, what are you seeing? Like, we get it. You're the baddest motherfucker that ever walked the planet. You blow his brains out. But what are you seeing with your eyes? Is it looking like the specter of that is changing any kind of behavior?
7th, South Miami. I want you to look at this crystal clear video. Thieves find a Mercedes with a key fob inside, but that's not enough. Cops say these crooks are after the Bentley in the garage, but they don't have that key fob. So they try to break into this house. And that's what sets this case apart. These guys won't stop at the easy grab, say police. Cops say this house recently built. It has hurricane impact windows, but that doesn't stop these guys. Now keep in mind, according to police, inside the home, a husband, wife, and 5 children, including an infant sleeping. These guys decide to use a large boulder. You can see a baby stroller here. After the boulder bashing doesn't work, these guys decide to go to the next level. You see that 2x4 holding up the palm tree? Well, they take it. They ram the door time after time after time. Eventually, they are able to get inside, say cops. They weren't able to get the keys, but cops say they get away with a Mercedes. Joshua Reed, 19 years old, arrested Thursday and charged.
Now look at him.
No chasing.
Right there. Like we talking about literally straight off the ship. Like there ain't no admixture in that, man.
15 years old, arrested Thursday and charged with a bunch of crimes.
Case is grand theft, a first-degree felony, grand theft, a second-degree felony.
And this woman right here, she likes being. I think she's down with the cause. I think she likes. She likes. It's always her. This is always her. It's like she's the only judge down there, and she likes letting these guys off.
Cops say Reed was easy to track. He was out of jail on another crime, say cops.
We were able to track this guy
who was wearing an
Of
ankle
course.
monitor on a pretrial release from Broward County.
Doing all that, he was wearing
So
an
far,
Broward
approximately
County.
14 cases.
In at least
Broward
2
County.
cases in South Miami, families were sleeping inside when the crooks broke in to search for the key fobs to luxury cars, say police. And now one of the suspects is off the streets and behind bars.
Well,
What about
not
the other
real,
two?
not
Think
for
about
long.
that
He
for a
was, he
moment.
was out on something else, right? So not for
Right.
long. He'll be
They're
back out
bragging
again.
about that. They're bragging about him being he's off the streets. He should have been off the streets.
What is it
This
with
guy,
Broward
say
County?
police, was out of jail.
He should be in the
several
morgue.
crimes.
You said, what's with Broward County?
Yeah, I'm saying,
The demographics. What do you think is with Broward County?
and then,
It's the
obviously,
demographics.
I know that. I mean, it's a rhetorical question, Knock.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
You think it's because it's Broward County that it's like that?
I mean, we keep hearing Broward County pop up.
Because of the demographics.
Yeah.
Times was wearing an ankle monitor, which cops could trace, and now is suspected in multiple cases. This is very much an ongoing investigation. You notice in the video there are several people there. Police continue to look into this, and we should hear more about these cases next week. For now, we are live in South Miami. I'm Rosh Lowe, Local 10 News.
Okay.
Police here in Prince George's County have announced the arrest.
I'm gonna roll out, but let me say this, brother, about that last one we just saw. If the homeowner would have overkilled that clown, right? His mom would have came on TV and said, "Why'd you do my baby like that?"
Yeah, and not only the mom, the entire community.
You ain't had to do him like that.
Yeah. Salute to Rudy Bishop. He says, R.I.P. Robbie Knievel died today. Evil and Robbie lived when America had less hate. Now dirt bikes are used for terror by some teens. What's next? Yeah, salute to Robbie Knievel, man. Evil Knievel, Robbie Knievel. Salute to the whole Knievel family, man. They brought a lot of joy. That was another time, man, when those guys could be stars. Now they couldn't be stars in this generation because of YouTube. There's a million people doing that stuff online. You can get that type of content anywhere. But salute to them, man. They definitely from another time, throwbacks.
Police here in Prince George's County have announced the arrest of a 17-year-old juvenile they say is responsible for shooting and killing a man here at this Exxon station in Largo just 6 days before Christmas. The victim was Metro bus driver Lee Alexander Thomas, who lived just 2 blocks away.
Now, I know I did this story last night, but I want to do another story on it again today because this guy right here was killed at a gas station. He's a Metro bus employee by a fucking broad nightlight or daylight by a fucking degenerate thug in a upper middle class neighborhood, and no fucking body in that area gives 2 fucking shits.
And neighbors are reacting. Is it a sign of hope?
Great
Yes, it
neighbor.
is a sign of hope. They find them that quick, then they're doing a good job.
In this case, Prince George's County detectives recovered video, and they released these images a week ago showing 2 shadowy individuals approaching the gas station, and later one suspect charging towards the victim who was putting gas in his white BMW.
You see how they walk down the sidewalk like he's walking like he's just walking down the sidewalk. That's part of it. Like, I'm just walking. I'm not doing anything. And then as soon as that guy probably turned his head or looked down at the odometer or looked at the gas pump, he runs over towards him and closes the distance. This is how cats hunt. Cats don't chase you down like that. Cats creep up, get as close as they can, and then pounce. Big cats. I'm talking about big cats.
Little ones
Later,
too.
one suspect charging towards the victim who was putting gas in his white BMW. The release video did not capture the shooting, but did show the car speeding away.
They walked over there, shot that man, and took his car. And if I've passed this place right here a million times. My parents live out here in PG County.
And they also know that your chance of running into a concealed carry holder there is slim to none.
And also they also know that even if you run into a concealed carry holder out here, they ain't drawing on you unless like you have to have them in the headlock and like rolling on the ground for them to reach for their gun and try to pull it up. Like they not just drawing on you for running up on them.
BMW. The release video did not capture the shooting, but did show the car speeding away. The arrested juvenile has been charged as an adult. He also lived near this gas station, according to a source with knowledge of the case. Detectives are still looking for the second
And his
person.
parents probably work in the DC government, or his parents, probably his mom, if he has a mom, just a single mother, his mom probably, works a decent job. These people out here, these people out here not destitute, man.
Seen in the video. So far in this new year, the epidemic of carjacking that police say has largely been driven by juvenile offenders has slowed some. At its worst, in July 2022, there were 57 carjackings reported in Prince George's County.
Juveniles were out of school.
That's almost 2 a day.
Juveniles were out of school then. He's comparing a time when the juveniles were out of school to a time where it's cold and they're in school.
County, a rate of nearly 2 per day. So far this month, there have been 15 carjackings reported in the first 13 days of the new year, a rate closer to 1 per day. A curfew for teens 16 and under imposed near the height of
the...
Yep. And notice, he wasn't comparing that to January. He was comparing it to July.
Yeah.
In the summertime when all the super gremlins are out on the street.
And it's hot and they're all
and the weather's a lot nicer too.
Yeah.
Sisters, come get your kids.
16 and under, imposed near the height of the epidemic, is still in effect.
Enough is enough.
And there's a curfew now.
When that curfew was announced, police criticized judges for releasing violent teens. The judge in charge of the county's juvenile docket was reassigned. A spokesperson for County Executive Angela Also Brooks here in Prince George's says the teen curfew is now in the process of being re-evaluated for the new year. There's been no announcement whether or not it will continue. In Prince George's County, Scott Broom.
And it don't matter because criminals don't follow the law.
Yeah.
This is 34-year-old
So
Theodore
they were
Brandy.
gonna revise
He was arrested on Wednesday.
Or it wasn't gonna work.
You can still get the marginal teens off that kind of care about a little bit. Just the hardened teens.
Yeah, that kid that broke up when that man blew his shit off, his brains out, and took his car. That kid, I mean, it's just like you cannot.
That was inevitable.
He don't care about no curfew. His parents don't care about a curfew.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob's a G, man, because a bus driver can get it anywhere.
Yeah, definitely.
This is 34-year-old Theodore Brandy. He was arrested on Wednesday just before 1 in the afternoon. Now, police say Brandy stabbed 3 men Tuesday morning at the McDonald's on Colesville Road. When officers got there, they initially found 2 men stabbed. They were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. We'll get.
I mean, I know this McDonald's very well. It's just he's just stabbing people right there.
There's a third man returned to that restaurant and told police he was also stabbed.
They're just stabbing people. Hey, man, it is what it is, man. I mean, you cannot compete, and you can try, but you cannot compete. So let's get into this. Situation out here in Houston.
In Sugar Land, we are learning more about the Alief ISD teacher shot and killed outside her home on Saturday. This is a picture of 28-year-old Wendy Dwan. Police believe she is the victim of domestic violence. Investigators say they have identified the killer, but he is not in custody. Meanwhile, students and staff are grieving the sudden loss, and our Michelle Choi has the latest.
Hey, Sherman. Yeah, this afternoon we're outside Boone Elementary School. This is where 28-year-old Wendy Dwan taught, according to Alief ISD. This morning, Alief ISD shared this photo of Miss Dwan with us. We're told she was a very popular and beloved third-grade reading and writing teacher here at Boone, who's been with the district since 2017. Her district Twitter page filled with photos showing her love for teaching and her students. Described as a delightful, fun, upbeat, and energetic educator, the district says students and staff at the school are heartbroken over the sudden and tragic loss. And while school officials declined an on-camera interview this morning, Alief ISD released this statement over the weekend, saying, quote, "We are deeply saddened to learn about the tragic passing of Alief ISD employee Wendy Dwan. Our thoughts and prayers are with her family during this difficult time." Sugarland police believe Dwan was shot and killed following a possible domestic violence incident. The deadly shooting happened just before 10 Saturday night at Dwan's home on Oxford Mills Lane in Sugarland's New Territory subdivision. Police say they were called after neighbors heard several gunshots. When they arrived, they say they found Dwan dead in her backyard with multiple gunshot wounds. Shortly after, neighbors reacted to the tragic news.
It's very sad about that because
I bet you this neighborhood is full of people like her. Pakistanis, Indians, Bengalis, different groups of
Anybody but
foreigners.
Americans and gliders.
Yeah, different kind of foreigners, and he was the only son man out there, the guy who killed this woman, and she brought him around.
she's very young and vibrant, and it's very sad.
Police say Dwan lived alone. As for the shooter, at last check, Sugarland police tell us he's not in custody yet, but they do know who the suspect is. Meanwhile, back here at Boone Elementary School, the district...
All right, let's check out this chick's... we're gonna get into the story because there's been some developments. We're gonna get into this. This woman, man. Let's find out about this woman, man. Let's find out about this woman, man. Let's see if there's any. If she got any. So she goes to the games.
The Christmas decorations that I have so far. So when you walk in, you see my tree. So I chose a different area for my tree this year because my dog took over that area. So this is my tree so far.
What is this woman bringing some goddamn random son man she met a week ago out to into her world?
I put a whole bunch of random ornaments on my tree. I got food.
You hear the music?
Coffee cups. Well, I got Asian food because I'm Asian. And then over here, I didn't really decorate much, but I put a little tree. I put a little Santa over there.
Is she talking to him?
I need to add a little bit more, but yep, this is what I have so far.
Oh, she's talking to her Instagram
Although she's went to a rap concert, see.
You know what's up.
She loves the cock.
She a shark, man.
Ride wave. Ride wave.
Yeah, I'm drunk as fuck right now, but my room key to the hotel room is behind my phone case. So if I ask y'all where is my hotel key, y'all let me know. It's behind my phone. It's in my phone case. All right, y'all let me know.
She's like a.
She was living her best life.
So right now we're prepping for
a third of the fucking one chip challenge.
Why is mine so big compared to y'all?
I have this and I have a bunch of pieces. So we all
see, come here.
Royalty, people want to see you. They don't want to see me.
Man.
Some people think you're so cute.
Some big old muties, you know what I'm saying?
Is it because you're a puppy? So everyone thinks you're cute.
I could guide that woman to This promised land.
Is this her car? Oh no.
Oh damn, that's a nice
Why
car.
does this filter make me look like?
Yeah,
I
she
got
has
This
some
isn't
money right
elementary
now.
school money.
See,
This is
these
I come from a
Snapchat
rich
filters
family
be
money.
catfishing people. Like
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
nose is not that tall.
Now I'm a cat with some lashes.
So they decide to get this big ass table, but your girl made the first shots on this big ass table.
Okay, so she was out here living her best life, man.
She almost looks like a Sun mix.
Well, her last
Asian.
name. Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't know.
her hair is so straight. There's no kinks in her hair unless she straightens it. That sun will kink up your hair a little bit. I don't know, man. I just think she's from that part of the world. There's a lot
Nah,
of countries down there where they just look like this, where they're brown, a little brown, man.
yeah,
Thailand,
she's Southeast Asian for sure.
yeah,
Filipino.
Filipino.
Indonesia, Philippines,
Malaysia, Indonesia.
Malaysia. There's a lot of countries. You should know that, man. You've been around. This country, they look like
Nose looks sunny as fuck, dude.
Freaky deaky. It's like a schoolgirl outfit.
And I need y'all to fund me.
I can look in her nostrils,
Oh
man.
man, we gotta
That's
go.
not
We
Asian.
finna get
drop
recorded
my
for
cash
porn, man.
app. So
You're looking at her nostrils?
you know, I'm just a broke teacher. So fund your girl out so me and my friends can drink and have a good
You
time.
was in the wrong profession, man.
Yeah, think about this chick met some random like career criminal said man online a week ago, and she's dead now.
And he took her off the playing field.
And he could have had she could have had a glider that would have just let her do whatever she wanted to do.
That didn't turn her on, I guess.
What's about
she's thinking about bomb at.
Let me
You can't piss daddy off that way.
Let
No,
me
she
ask
didn't
how
want. She
Black
didn't want
felt.
like a. She
Nah,
did
daddy-
not
daddy
want a
ain't-
nice guy. She did not want a
She don't
nice
care.
guy.
No doubt. Let me ask
She's
how
she's already made up her parents' money. Even if her parents cut her off, she's still gonna do what she do.
Hot Black, would you date this chick, Hot Black?
She's pretty proximal, but I mean,
No, you don't know her. You don't. If
yeah,
you don't know her, if you don't
yeah.
know.
I mean, I can't lie. She's attractive, man. She's real attractive.
So this is my outfit for Freaky Deaky. It's like a schoolgirl outfit.
I don't know if I would date, but you know what I would do.
Well, you would go on the first date, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I'm coming up. I'm showing up for that one.
Okay, thank you, man. I don't see sun. I don't see sun. I just don't.
She looks
see
like a
sun.
tiger.
I
of
just
a
see,
South
yeah, I just
South
see
Asian.
southeastern. Yeah, southeast.
That's one of the chat said.
Hey, this sun girl trying to look like
Yeah,
her.
they got a little bit of French in them. So
Cambodian. Someone in
like
the chat said.
Vietnamese or something.
The hair is too straight. You notice it's not strandy and like fucking tangled like bladder hair. It's not kinky like black. She's pure. She's probably 100% where she's from.
Like, she's like Cambodian or some shit.
Yeah.
Got the same sun man hollering at her in every comment.
You gotta put them joints away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, look at her. She said when your ex totaled your last car, so you have to upgrade your car and your man. Your girl just bought a Lexus.
This is a teacher. She had to have some shit on the side. What's going on?
Her dad's got money. Her
Oh,
daddy's
okay,
got
all
money.
right.
Or look for her OnlyFans.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
was
was
about to say
thinking.
OnlyFans or some shit too. Stripper on the side.
I mean, she's got the setup for it. We can't lie here.
Look at the pad.
Instagram pays good too.
Well, she doesn't have that many followers here. She's not making any money on Instagram. I think it might be the family.
Yeah,
she
seems
comes
like it.
from wealth. I mean, and look, she also could be a sugar baby too. I mean, she is like salute to her, man. Very beautiful girl, man. I mean, god damn, she's definitely, man. I definitely it'd be hard to get her off my mind if I had dated her, went on a date with her, I could understand the son man. He got his
And
feelings.
simps throw ridiculous money at e-thoughts.
Yeah, exactly.
She's got some glider like sugar daddy somewhere, like long distance, and meanwhile she's messing around with these guys who are about to kill her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get into what the developments, man. Yeah, man.
What a waste.
Right. I mean, like
that guy, whatever he gets, they got to double it for taking that off the playing field, man.
Yeah, he definitely fucked up the pool, man. Let's see.
Well, the man accused
Caroline Collins
of killing an A-Leaf ISD teacher over the weekend has now been arrested. Investigators believe the two met on a dating website
Wait till
just
she
1
stand
week
up.
before that brutal murder. Fox 26's Natalie He
And
joining us
the
live
dating
from
website
Sugarland with
is-
these just horrifying details. Natalie. The Caroline, that's
Meet
right.
me.
Sugarland police tell us 28-year-old Wendy Dwan had invited her friends over to meet this new man in her life for the first time on Saturday.
She invited her friends over to meet this guy. Think about it, man. You're working, busting your ass. You done went to school. You got a degree. You done worked. You done went into your career. You done busted your hump to fucking work your way up the ladder. You fucking dress well. You wear cologne. You fucking bathe every day. You stay out of crime. You don't fucking even jaywalk. You never had a parking ticket. And this chick is fucking inviting her friends over to meet some fucking Pookie and shit.
And she's 28. Isn't that supposed to be like, aren't you supposed to get your brains after 25 or something?
Nah, 40.
Dwan had invited her
She
friends
been getting her
over to
brains
meet
fucked
this
out by
new
some
man
men
in
for
her
long
life
enough.
for the first time on Saturday. Then shortly after the get-together started, police say the two started arguing, and the suspect shot Wendy more than 10 times.
He shot her in front of her friends.
Think
about it.
I'm calling it. This is.
Oh my god.
This has got sun written all over it.
He shot her 10 times in front of her friends.
Think about it.
The only
Think
way it could
about
get worse is if they were having the party in the street.
Think about this though.
Yeah, but wait a minute. He landed all 10 shots.
Yeah, it didn't hit none of her friends.
Yeah, it didn't hit any
Yeah,
friends.
but it was from like 2 feet.
You're her. Think about it.
I'm
Think about if you're
bullshitting,
her
but-
friend. Think about if you're her friend though, and she's like, now the last guy totaled her car, so it may have been a son man too. She buys the Lexus. She meets this guy. She brings she's been knowing him for a week. She's like, all right, all my girls, Kelly, Katie, whatever. They're probably all white girls, and the black girl. Maybe she had the black
Educated
girl.
lame.
That y'all all come over to meet this guy. Y'all come in there. Y'all see him. It's some raggedy ass fucking Pookie and shit, and it's like, oh my god, girl. And you're thinking, but you don't want to say anything.
Raggedy, dog.
They couldn't tell anything.
And then he
I
fucking
doubt he-
shoots her 10 times in front.
And man, come on, we're on Ock Nation News. We know who did it.
What do you think the argument was about?
I think that's very good aim though.
Right? I think he ain't making enough money. Like one of her homegirls was like, "Oh, you's a broke ass nigga. You ain't gonna pay for all of us." He was like, "Fuck that."
No, the argument
Let
is
it go.
you looked at somebody else.
That woke crowd.
You just glanced at somebody else.
I don't know, man. It's just bizarre. Like her life fell off a cliff. This wasn't a gradual thing. This wasn't he's beating her ass for years. Hey, girl, you need to leave him. He gonna hurt you, girl. If you don't leave, you've been putting up. She goes into a battered woman's shelter. He comes, finds her. She moves to another. She's fucking living her best life, and her life just falls off a cliff.
Well, not exactly. Like the last
She probably
guy-
brought her friends in to vet the two that she didn't do the last one.
Hold on, let's
She's out repeating the whole thing over and over again. Last guy destroyed her car. Who knows what the guy before that did?
Yeah, how much you want to bet that was the son that did that?
The Caroline, that's right. Sugarland police tell us 28-year-old Wendy Dwan had invited her friends over to meet this new man in her life for the first time on Saturday. Then shortly after the get-together started, police say the two
They give
started
you a
arguing,
2 to
and
1
the
odds.
suspect shot Wendy more than 10 times before fleeing to Louisiana. 26-year-old
Of course, he
Jarvis
fled to
Thompson.
Louisiana. Yo, he probably used the son,
What
or
the
she probably
fuck?
used the son word when she didn't have the pass. He took her pass away.
Oh, she got a pass for me, man. I was like, yo, you darker than her. She darker than he is. But nah, seriously though.
For real.
seriously though, all jokes aside though, like she brought her friends over
To meet this dude.
to meet this guy.
They darker than us. Wolf.
Think about
He looks
this.
like the only thing he shoots is soft ass pictures. Like he don't have a gun. He don't look like he have a gun.
Right, right.
She's. I looked up the last name. She's Chinese.
I don't know. Maybe one parent is, but I can tell you the other one of them parents is not Chinese. But look, this is crazy. Like you fucking this guy's fucking spend fucking $300 on fucking undershirts or cologne or $300 on fucking ties. And this guy, after a week, she's inviting all of her friends over to meet him.
Talk about a bad judgment call.
This is bizarro world, man.
You thought he was the one.
Sunran charisma
in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Think about that. He blew her shit off in front of all these people.
Somebody in the chat said maybe they clowned him, and I'm thinking that could be it. You know, maybe it was just a conversation.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you look at it.
Go ahead.
You look at this guy's picture, and you know he would shoot you 10 times. I mean, look at his eyes.
Maybe that's you, but like I said, he looked like one of the softest dudes I'd ever seen in my life. I've seen way rougher looking guys that you definitely think.
I'm not talking about what I'm talking about. His eyes.
He's from Louisiana,
that's
being from Louisiana,
they're different.
He looks
he looks soft, like Gervonta Davis almost.
What is? He look like a regular son. I don't judge Sunman as soft.
Like I look like a regular Sun man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like he looked like a regular Sunman.
He looks square. He looks like a square.
He don't
His
look
record's in the side chat here.
He don't look like no square to me, man. He look like
he's got. They got to talk about his. He's got a record for sure.
You said it's in the side chat. Where'd you put it?
In the private chat, man.
It's not in there.
Yeah, it is.
It's at the top.
Yeah, it's not a link or anything. He displayed it. He
Thompson has a criminal record ranging from a 2002 misdemeanor case of family violence. He has a drug charge currently out of Montgomery County and a 2018 theft charge out of Harris County.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's nothing for a Sun man, though.
It's not quite a CVS receipt.
Yeah, no, that's he's not that bad of a guy, man.
He just beats his family. That's all.
Slaughtered this poor woman.
Just a history of family violence.
He's just doing a couple side quests to get his rep up, you know.
It was, you know what? It was the gun because, like, if he would have had a revolver instead of like a semi-automatic, he could have only shot her.
Hey, you broke it. You break it up heavy.
This is Smith and Wesson's fault.
Yeah, this is a crazy story. Because seeing her like on her Instagram, she seemed like this would be beneath her, man.
Find details, Natalie.
Not really.
Caroline, that's right. Police 28-year-old Wendy Dwan had invited her friends over to meet this new man in her life for the first time on Saturday. Then shortly after the get-together started, police say the two started arguing, and the suspect shot Wendy more than 10 times before fleeing to Louisiana. 26-year-old Charvis Thompson was arrested Wednesday and charged with murdering 28-year-old Wendy Dwan.
They had just met face-to-face or in person on New Year's Eve, so exactly a week prior to the murder.
According to Sugar Land Police Sergeant Matt Levan, Dwan and Thompson had met on the dating site Meet Me just a week before the fatal shooting. Around 9:50 p.m. last Saturday, investigators say the two were hanging out with Dwan's friends at her home on Oxford Mills Lane in Sugar Land when they started arguing.
It had started inside the house. It kind of spilled into the backyard of the house.
You mind if I chime in?
At that point, gunfire.
Wish you would have waited a second, but go ahead, man.
My bad. Hey, I'm in Houston, A-Leaf. Well, I'm not in the A-Leaf area, but A-Leaf is a bad area, bro. Like, it's not a good area, dog. Like, my homeboy teach over there, and like it's the hood, man. Like I don't advise nobody to just be around there or just like hang around there if you're just not from there. But like I've been watching your show for a minute, and I just want to say, like, if you're from Houston or if you visit in Houston, don't go around A-Leaf. Go to Katy, go to Sugarland, go to Missouri City, go to anywhere. Just don't go to A-Leaf, man. Like it's not fun. It's no tourist area.
So what do you think? You think that she's a what do you call her? She's a mud shark. She only dates sunmen. Is that what you think about her?
Yeah, she's a shark, but she's very pretty, man. Like it's weird to me. When I first saw the article, I saw it like 2 or 3 days ago, and like yeah, maybe a day or two ago. My bad. And I was just like, man, dude, like my boy, he teaches.
Wouldn't you call her a mud tiger?
A mud tiger.
Yeah, mud tiger. Yeah.
But like when I saw the article, I'm just like it said A-Leaf ISD, and like my boy teaches over there. Like he was a sub over there. He was a long time sub over there, and like I'm just like the kids over in that area, man, it's just the hood, man. It's just fucking ghetto. Like, not to use the worst.
Jersey Village is nice, and it's also incorporated separate from Houston.
I used to live. I lived in. Oh, sorry to cut you
Is
off.
this where is Jersey Village where she lives at?
Jersey Village, like, cause I used to live there for about 2 years. Jersey Village is right around the 290 and I'm sorry, the Highway 6 and 290 area, and like once you cross
Northwest.
Yeah, exactly. Once you cross the Northwest Highway, and you get to like South 6 area, like that's A-Leaf. Like I go to I still go handle my errands over in Jersey Village.
All
Like,
right, let me move along.
my
man.
bad. Go ahead.
And she lives in Sugarland. She works in A-Leaf.
Yeah, A-Leaf is where you work. Sugarland is where you live.
Sugarland is not ghetto, right?
Yeah, Sugarland is not ghetto at all.
Okay, so she lives in a safe neighborhood, and it was safe, and she brought this son man out here to meet her fucking friends. How embarrassing to get killed in front of your friend. Like, that's not even just like it'll be embarrassed. Think about it. There's women out here, and I'm gonna let Georgia Swan get in a minute. There's women out here is if they invited you over to meet their friends, you had a booger in your nose, they'd be embarrassed. Or you invited over their friend and you like farted, they would be embarrassed. This guy pumped 10 bullets into her in front of her friend.
You know what? I really, my observation has always been that Asian women tend to date upwards, and they're going out with some glider who's like works in finance or something.
Or if it's a son man, it's a ball player or a lawyer or something.
Right?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Or yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Georgia Swan, what's up, man?
Hey, how are you guys?
What do you think about this?
This is one of the most bizarre stories I've seen, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy.
Makes no sense.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna chime right back in. I was literally listening to the show like around like 3 hours ago, or no, the story for this article about 3 hours ago, and like if you just look at their pictures, they're just mismatched, man. They should not be together. Like, it's just a weird
Yeah,
couple.
my man looks like Dusty. He does not look.
Nah,
Bro, like
when you know opposites attract, man.
Yeah, if you see it, like she's a nice looking Asian woman, and he just a dusty dude, and I'm
She's
just like,
funky, she's fun, she's got a career, she's been into a career since 2017.
He looks like he slept in a box or something last night.
And
I think it makes more sense when you look at her videos because she's kind of
She's kind of ghetto acting.
Yeah.
You talk her voice.
No, but she's kind of ghetto acting, but she's not that ghetto where the guy she invites over to meet her friends would kill her in front of them.
Obviously, she is Ock because that's what happened.
Yeah, it happens
for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
He dug those tiger claws in deep.
I guess I guess it is. She is
You
that ghetto.
dusty ass, broke ass nigga. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
she's the takeout version of Becky with the good hair, man.
Yo, this is
Yeah. I mean,
sorry to butt
people
in.
only do this type of shit after 10 years of marriage, not 10 minutes of meeting each other.
yeah. Right. Like I could that's a great point. Like that is a lot of shit that he put up. I'm surprised he didn't shoot any of her friends. They're so lucky. There's like
he's obviously
go ahead.
well, he's been to the
Very
wedding.
lucky they took the fight outside.
Yeah, the fact that this didn't become a mass shooting is
Yeah.
miraculous.
If this would have happened in the house, they'd have all caught a fucking bullet.
If y'all don't mind, like I just want to chime in one more time, bro. But like if you see, man, like if you hang around Houston, like Northwest Houston, you'll see very pretty like Chinese or Korean women like this. But you'll see dusty dudes like this everywhere. And like when I saw the article, they showed a TikTok of her doing her schoolwork and grading her schoolwork. And I'm just like, what is she even doing with this dude?
Yeah, she's this is horrendous judgment.
Levan, Dawn and Thompson had met on the dating site Meet Me just a week before the fatal shooting. Around 9:50 p.m. last Saturday, investigators say the two were hanging out with Dawn's friends at her home on Oxford Mills Lane in Sugarland when they started arguing.
It had started inside the house. It kind of spilled into the backyard of the house.
And she probably thought it was a playful argument. She probably thought it was cute. Like, look at us, girl, we arguing. Look at us, we arguing. And he was,
I guarantee she was sitting there talking real low to one of her girls, and they were giggling, and he took offense to it.
I guarantee Buddy was on some I need a place to stay type tonight. You know what I mean?
Point, gunfire erupted, and our witnesses had actually left the house at that point for their own safety.
they left the house for their own safety. So they heard the argument, and the argument was so bad that her girls, because usually your girls will be ride with you. They'd be like, no, you know what I'm saying? They was like, you on your own.
Sunmen give a bad name to volcanologists. They erupt far more often than those volcanoes do.
Our witnesses had actually left the house at that point for their own safety. She was shot multiple times, over 10 times.
The main question here is, did this lead to more downloads of that app or less?
She was shot multiple times, over 10 times. So very brutal, very callous murder.
Investigators say Thompson then left in his own vehicle. His car later identified by surveillance cameras nearby and tracked to Louisiana by the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force.
I just heard that her students loved her a lot. I really feel sad for them. I feel sad for the family.
I told you, there's no Sunmen in this area.
They overcome this.
Those who knew the Boone Elementary School teacher said she was a kind and soft-spoken person who dedicated her career to helping kids and then spending her free time volunteering to feed the homeless.
But she did have a great spirit. She was very nice and a loving person.
Thank you, sister.
Investigators
if I could add,
I just wanted to say that there are hood type Asians. Like here in Massachusetts, we have Cambodians, and they have gangs, and they adopt a lot of sons.
No doubt, but if you go to the gun memorial to any of those cities like Fresno, where there's a lot of hood type Asians, the gun memorial looks the same as it does in DC. It looks the same as it does in
and
you got all these fucking.
But the absolute dumbest and wokest go into education.
Loving person.
Investigators say Thompson is expected to have an extradition hearing soon and will be transported back to the Fort Bend County Jail soon after that. We did also search his records and found out that Thompson does have a criminal past. In fact, he was actually out on bond for a previous family assault charge back in...
Oh, God.
Of course.
They need to have the criminal record tattooed on their forehead. That's the only way.
If I can
Still not going to
if
work.
I can add one more thing. My boy, he's lived in A-Lee for 7 years. He's got his house burglarized 4 times. So I would not recommend. Like, if y'all are over there, please just be safe.
Well, and most likely, if he was out on bond, he wasn't allowed to even cross the state line.
True indeed.
out on bond, and I mean, this is. I feel bad for this woman. Now, listen, she's not a sister. Sisters, a lot of times, I don't feel bad for sisters because sisters, they perpetuate and proliferate, and they're like the axis with which all this shit rotates on.
But
This
she got exactly what she was looking for. She was looking for a Pookie.
They should have just paid $20 for a background check.
At 6
Yeah, definitely.
o'clock on the News Edge. From now, we're live in Sugar Land. Natalie Heath, Fox 26 News.
But first, an arrest is made in the murder of an elementary school teacher, Wendy Dwan. She was shot and killed.
So this guy looks soft. He just looks like a regular son. I'm not seeing fucking soft when I look at this guy.
I wouldn't say soft.
Maybe just
I wouldn't say
low
soft.
impulse control. Maybe just low impulse control. He's very sensitive.
But that's natural. Like most people I know, that's natural. Like low impulse control. We all have that. You know what I'm saying? But like soft, like he looks light skinned. I'm just leave it there. That's a trope. That's something I gotta let that go. Yeah, I guess I gotta let that go. Right. You know what I mean?
Niggas I know in the fucking
don't take nobody for fucking granted.
Nothing about him that I would be like, yeah, man, that nigga soft. I would just be like,
As a
oh,
matter of fact, that's what makes the biggest demons in that culture for real.
He looked just like Zaytoven.
Shit, look at that white boy that stabbed them girls, man. That motherfucker looks soft too, but shit.
Yeah, exactly. People be playing people, whatever.
Killed at her Sugar Land home. Investigators say she met the suspected gunman on a dating app. They reportedly knew each other for only a week before Sunday's shooting. Investigators say Dwan got into an argument with Jarvis Thompson. She was shot several times in her backyard.
Right now, Thompson is awaiting extradition back to Texas. The Fugitive Task Force found him in Shreveport, Louisiana yesterday. Brittany Ford has more on the arrest and joins us now. Brittany.
Investigators say that Thompson was in Louisiana for about 2 days at an unidentified home before he was arrested. Today, authorities gave us new details into how the two met and what led up to the murder. 26-year-old Jarvis Thompson has been charged with capital murder for the death of 28-year-old Wendy Dwan. Police say the two had met on an online dating app called Meet Me.
The information that we received was they met online on an app, and they knew each other exactly about a week. I think they met a couple days prior to New Year's Eve. But the first time they'd actually physically seen each other was New Year's Eve.
Investigators were called to Dwan's home in the New Territory subdivision in Sugar Land Saturday night after neighbors heard gunshots. When officers arrived, they found Dwan shot to death in the backyard. Police believe a fight between the two led to shots fired. Thompson had been on the run for the last week before being located and arrested in Shreveport, Louisiana.
It was a brutal murder, sadly, for her and her family and her friends. So we're able to do our part, a little part in what we can do to try to bring him to justice.
Dwan was a beloved Alief ISD teacher who had taught third grade at Boone Elementary for several years. The district's Twitter account is filled with photos showing her love for teaching and her students. In light of the tragedy,
There's got to be a general awareness.
authorities are sending this message to anyone planning to meet someone online.
Communicating with your parents, your family, your friends. Hey, this is what I'm doing. This is who I'm going out with. This is where we're meeting. Are we meeting in a very public place? Are there other people around? Things of that nature.
She did all that, and her mother said she didn't like him.
She had her friends in the house, right?
Yeah, like she literally did all that times 1,000. There's no solution, man.
Well, the telltale sign was probably the ankle bracelet, right? What do you say? Was the Apple Watch or something?
I don't know if he had an ankle bracelet because you couldn't be out on bond without that. I think they would have said that.
Right.
Salute Genetic Freak says, salute Op. Seems like she was proximal Tiger Shark who had Sun Women homegirls. Yeah, her friend, the only friend we saw was a Sun woman. Thought she could get slick at the mouth with a sunbed like they do when she tried the wrong one.
I'm telling you.
mean, listen, man, she literally got smoked. She first of all, she got in an argument so bad that her girlfriends wasn't like, nah, that's my girl. You better leave her. They was like, you on your own here. Then pow, 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 whatever head to their cars. And she said, pow. Like
I'm saying he probably brandished that shit somewhere in between that timeline of them leaving. They knew he had it on him.
He died a
Boone is in the middle of nowhere, West Texas.
She died
Right.
horrible.
Yeah. Her best friends fucking left her. Some dude she don't fucking know shot her in her own backyard. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, there's more to that girl than what meets the eye.
It
Yeah,
don't
of course,
matter
of course.
though. It don't matter. It don't matter. She's a CIA agent and she fucking killed fucking 4 Iraqi spies and fucking this guy was worked for the fucking Iraqis and he's a fucking plant.
Think about this.
It don't matter. The way she died was fucked.
Think about this. She works at a school. There's a bunch of highly intelligent, well-educated dudes working there too.
They're too
right?
lame for her.
She
Can
could
y'all hear me?
have gone out with one of those guys, right?
They were too lame for
Hello?
her. They didn't get her wet. That's what it was about.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I can't hear myself. That's probably why I can't hear. But okay, so real quick, I feel like the reason this woman was missing, not even I know for a fact that she's the type that was like, oh, the Asian dudes around my town or in general can't handle me because, she's a voluptuous type of Asian girl. And so those girls, which I've met a lot of Tiger girls that are like that over here in LA, they be like, nah, they can't handle me, da da da. And they get this with these really hood dudes. And they think that because they talk the same way that these guys are going to be understanding them the same way they understand these Sun women, but they're going to get the same exact treatment. They don't get treated better. So, I mean, I feel that's the main reason. It's just she knows that her big booty and her big titties it was not gonna do nothing for Jet Li.
Yeah.
Like Jet Li was gonna be like, what am I do with that? I can't fit none of that. Nope.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened.
And she didn't get her back blown out. She got her fucking
head blown off.
Oh man. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I don't
Anything more than a mouthful
That's
is just it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, but she knows that if she tried to get with the guys her parents were telling her to get with, that wasn't gonna happen. They weren't gonna do what Tyrone or Lee Tavius is gonna do.
Yeah. Arguing with a Sun man for women, it makes them feel powerful. I'm telling you, I've been in that situation before.
Yeah.
Like they do things they do things they would never do to some other dude and all that other shit.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Like it's like I could argue with the Sun man. I got big balls and shit, but yeah,
Exactly.
Sun man will slap your ass quick.
Especially if you look like an
pretend,
IG
as we've
model.
seen.
Especially if you look like an IG
But-
model or OnlyFans kind of girl, they really feel like they have the upper hand because they feel like they're the preference. When in
Yeah.
reality, shorty, you just about to get stomped on like every other girl.
Like that broad who killed Christian Obumseli.
Yep.
That bitch. Yeah.
Big facts.
Listen, I know what happened.
Courtney.
He wanted to borrow her car, and she just got in a new car after he gotten told by her last boyfriend.
I'm guaranteed the reason that shit went down was because the friends and her said something snarky, like what you guys said, which was like, man, you ain't got no car like this, or you ain't getting no money. And he was like, oh, you gonna let your friends dog me and you're gonna be, riding along with that? Nah, we ain't going for that. And the friends left because they're already used to her having this kind of bullshit around. They're used to it. They don't want to be there. They're done. They thought that she was about to change her life. And instead, she got this guy out of nowhere trying to look like she could keep a man and she could get men and ended up dead.
Salute to Acadia, man. Acadia says, she asked him to leave. That's
Facts. Big
oh,
facts.
shit.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is happening. Yeah. He asked him to leave. She's probably like, you know what? Her girlfriend was like, girl, get it. He's a dust bucket. Get him out of here. And she probably was like, oh, Jarvis, yeah, we're gonna just, and he's like, yo, so would your friends don't like me, man? So would you flipping the script on me, bitch?
They called him Carlos Jarvis.
Yeah, and it was over.
When
it
in
was
doubt,
over.
think base.
He had plans to stay. He had plans to stay without a. There's no doubt in my mind. He had plans to stay, and she was like, "No, you're not. You're not staying. You need to get out." With her little accent, like, "You need to get out." And
you need to go home.
And
go
he
home.
lost his
She didn't
shit.
have no accent though. She sounded just normal.
But
she had a little accent.
She was doing a little black accent there for a minute.
She has a little. I could hear her little Asian accent undertone under the hood stuff. And I'm telling you, she said it in that little accent, and then he was like, "No, my preference, no," and his brain just couldn't handle it.
And they spent like 3 weeks. They spent 3 weeks or something chatting, like talking.
1 week.
No,
because they met before.
No, they
New
said 1 week.
No,
they knew
1
each other
week.
1 week.
Met her a week before. He met her for the first time in person a week
But they had
before.
been chatting like through. They had been on the app before that, so somehow she lasted like texting with him for 2 or 3 weeks, and she still wanted to meet him.
I mean, and it don't take much to get through. All he had to do was let her talk probably, and she fell right for it.
Yeah, he just responded, yeah, and shit.
You like
Exactly.
word, shorty. Yeah.
As soon as he acted like any of those dudes that she was rejecting, he wouldn't have been in there.
He talked too much, or was like, "Yeah, so hey, here's my plans. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" And she'd have been like,
I can see the text conversation. Yeah, eggplant emoji. Yeah, eggplant emoji.
Oh my god.
I know that when the friends started talking, that's when he was like, "Okay, so they're ruining my chances to get coochie tonight, and they're ruining my chances to stay over this lady's house. So I'm gonna just bite the bullet and shoot her."
He probably didn't even know those girls were gonna show up. And I know you're a female, but I know.
She said she brought him over to meet them. I think he knew they were going to show up. I think what happened was it's just like a chain of events where it's like it shows the impulse control problem that somebody have. Like
his insecurities and shit.
Stop the chain of events. At some point, you're arguing with this woman. At some point, it's like, you know what, man, forget it, man. I'm out, man. And you leave, and then she calls you that night, like, I'm sorry, and it's like, nah, man, shorty, you embarrass me in front of your friends, man. I can't even fuck with you.
Just to correct the timeline, she had met him on Meet Me 1 week before this.
So imagine 5 tiger ladies and 2 sun women clowning you at a get together where you were supposed to be like the main event. Yeah, he.
I don't know. I think she was woken up. It's like, look at me. I'm with the sun man. I'm super woke. Come on. I got social credit because I'm super woke.
Could have been a sister that said some glib shit, and then it went south from there.
Yeah. The Doug Chunk says another casualty of woke signals. Miguel Wano says Elite Texas, aka the SWAT. Okay. Yeah, man. Listen. We can kind of like try to figure out what's going on, but I don't think that anybody even if we found out what was going on, it's still perplexing. Like, I think
it doesn't make sense because he could have grifted off her for years.
It's like a catastrophic impulse control failure. There's not hardly words for it.
But he
was on Gravy Train and he could not control himself.
Yeah, it's just.
She must have said, like, I want to introduce you to all my friends as my boyfriend, and he was just like, yeah, I'm into that.
Nah, they were grilling the fuck out of him. They were judging him up and down.
Yeah, he lost all his work. He could have had everything.
He should never have agreed to that little get together.
Hell no. That man, I get
You
invited.
gotta wait at least 2 months into the relationship, so she's invested not 1 week.
If I'm dealing if I'm dealing with one female, that's what it is. I'm not dealing with you and all your fucking friends, man. That shit's the worst.
But how
After
about
a week?
How about this? How about you're dealing with a chick and she fucking invites you over to meet all of her friends and you just don't kill her? Like, because it seems like y'all are trying to like find all this.
Been there, done that. Been there, done that.
Why don't you use that Sunman charm to charm them? Oh, wait, it's too much work.
And that's
when in doubt, whip it out, man.
I've been there, I've done that. I can only wonder what the fuck happened. I'm not victim blaming. I really want to know what the fuck happened.
He was like, she's too masculine. Fuck that.
Yeah, I bet he is one of those. Like he probably does listen to a lot of that red pill stuff, and still though, like
I remember it. Remember abstract thought. He lacked it.
It just
he didn't have it.
But he knows there's records from the app, any phone calls they had, and several witnesses who saw him at the home. Like, how is he going to get away with this?
He doesn't care. He's already beat his own family twice.
It just.
He doesn't even think about that. He's living in the moment.
And he keeps on getting let out. Maybe he thinks he'd get let out on this one too.
It's really this kind of stuff that, I mean, that advances the whole. They're not thinking into the future. They're not considering the future. There's no future mindedness here. It just in the present. That's it.
Doesn't it seem like it's a trend? The guys who are out on bond, the next crime they commit just is more heinous.
Yeah, and it escalates. Yeah. It's something about that with Sunman, something about getting away with it that escalates us. We don't he doesn't get caught shoplifting while he's out on bond. He kills somebody in front of all of
them. Well, that and he's got to come back and tell them the story. And if he's telling them the same story, it doesn't mean anything. It's got to get worse.
Your students. In light of the tragedy,
there's got to be a general awareness.
Authorities are sending this message to anyone planning to meet someone online.
Communicating with your parents, your family, your friends. Hey, this is what I'm doing. This is who I'm going out with. This is where we're meeting. Are we meeting in a very public place? Are there other people around? Things of that nature.
Now, Thompson is currently being transported to the Fort Bend County Jail. However, authorities warning that could take up to a month. His bond remains set at $500,000. Reporting in Sugar Land, Brittany Ford, KHOU.
Did the cop really just say that? Like, she introduced her friends. Like, she told
did all of that.
Another story. She told her mother about this guy, showed him her picture, and asked her if she liked him, and the mother said no.
Well,
I'll put that story in the back chat.
This girl.
That was the green. That was the green light. That was the green light.
Yeah, when your mom don't like him, you write in.
But you're not safe going to Walmart. You're not safe going to a gas station. You're not safe in public or in private.
You're not safe. Never relax.
That's Sunistan for you.
I'm stuffed by this window, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. This
is wild.
This right here got me I mean, it's just what the fuck?
She just had some kind of fetish, and now it's really embarrassing.
But even worse, whatever the fuck he ended up doing is fucking ridiculous. Why the fuck couldn't you just gather your nuts and walk out, idiot?
Or diffuse it. Sometimes you can start an argument with a female and you just diffuse it, man.
Oh, he could have had it all.
Come on. He could have flipped that in his favor.
Yeah, but like Ox says, how's he gonna fuck another chick after that? After he's been emasculated by this woman.
Remember this is your glider thoughts coming out.
I don't think there's any more explanation that's needed than he was pissed off in the moment, and that's what he fucking did. He had the glizzy and he used it.
Yeah, he had his Glock with the 16 or 15 shots, and that was it.
She was the baddest thing he had ever seen in his life, and he probably saw the friends and was like, "They bad too," and they went in on his ass. I'm telling you, I've seen this happen.
On pride.
I don't know about that, but she definitely has some nice assets. I won't lie.
This one right here, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man.
He's younger than her too. I mean, good Lord, what the hell?
Wow, really?
Did you guys hear? I'm not trying to change the subject or anything, but did you guys hear about this kid called oh my God, something DeMarcus Hedges, who shot this girl because she didn't pick up his weed from the floor because it fell out of his pocket or her pocket?
When was this?
And he shot her in front of her friends, nothing. So I'm saying this is regular stuff.
Yeah, there's a pattern here.
Demarcus with a K Hedges.
Oh, was that in California and he killed one underage chick and one of age chick?
I'm not even sure.
No,
I saw
just
it.
one girl. He killed the sister.
And I think he was like a biracial son, man. Like he had like green
Yeah.
eyes and that little blondish kind of hair and stuff. And he snapped over a little bag of weed. And I'm thinking I feel like he felt emasculated in front of his friends because she wouldn't pick it up. And I think he was listening to Andrew Tate, honestly. Like he was like, nah, you're not gonna disrespect me like that.
Andrew Tate don't tell niggas to shoot females though, but I
Well, that mixed son, Sun Glider Pride is even worse, I think.
Yeah, he took that Sean Connery shit to the next level.
This shit, man.
That was
That's
Demarcus
Hedges was Cincinnati. Was in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
Listen, man. Let me just let's salute everybody, man. Everybody watching on Rumble, man. Salute everybody in the chat, man. Listen, man. I'm just. I know I'm supposed to be jaded, and I often am, man. I often am jaded, man. This one right here is just.
This is I think, this is the topic of the month at least.
It's just bizarre, man.
It's like
girls
Tory
just have
Lanez.
to do a lot
and
better.
too trusting.
Yeah.
Girls can't
Tory
play
Lanez
this
shit.
game. They think they can, order any guy off.
She got the good
like
character
Amazon.
award. She got the good character award.
Yeah, hold on. Let me play this video.
Kind and too trusting. Those are the words the mother of the A-Leaf teacher who was shot and killed. She tells us what made Wendy Duan vulnerable.
First tonight, Sugarland police say Wendy Duan had known Jarvis Thompson for a week before the shooting.
The two met on a dating app. Thompson was arrested this week in Louisiana with the help of witnesses and license plate recognition cameras.
Brittany Ford is in Sugarland tonight. And Brittany, what else did Wendy's mother say about what happened?
Well, Lynn Duan's mother says that their family is completely devastated, as you can imagine. She says her daughter did mention about meeting someone online, never thinking something like this could happen. A mother trying to process the loss of her only child. Unbelievable. Speaking with KHOU 11 via phone, Wendy Duan's mother, who asked us not to use her name. 26-year-old Jarvis Thompson has been charged with her daughter's murder, arrested and captured in Shreveport, Louisiana, after being on the run for the last week.
Wendy, don't know someone online. It's dangerous. That you don't know somebody the background.
Authorities say Duan and Thompson
Look at the. You got a white girl, a white guy, and then a black girl, a phenotypically, unapologetically looking black woman.
What is going on in this picture? Yeah,
This
that's a
seems like
selfie.
this seems like it's being targeted towards working professionals, because it's not a sister with weave or blue or red hair or bonded on or nothing. It's a sister who looks like she, is just like, I'm black. It is what it is.
Divested.
Yeah, divested. And these white guys don't look like they're like Peckerwoods or nothing like that. It just looks like it's maybe young professionals on this thing. And one thing you got to understand is some men, they use every app, man. Some men don't care if you're what your app was made for. Christian singles, we don't care. If word through the hood, the scuttlebutt say, man, I met a broad on Christian singles, man. That bitch came over, sucked my shit through a fucking goddamn. That bitch suck a fucking golf ball through a hose, man. It's like, oh shit, word on Christian singles, yeah, man. And you gonna have 100 some men on Christian singles the next week. and they all fucking study Prislam and shit. They just came home from jail and they religion is prison.
You say Prislam?
Prislam.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, man.
We need to see his profile.
Had met on an
He
online
probably ain't even bothered to put an avatar up there. He probably got the little fucking silhouette shit still up there.
dating app called Meet Me a week prior to her being shot and killed in the backyard of her Sugar Land home, in what police say was the aftermath of an argument. Her mother says Wendy had mentioned Thompson, someone she immediately had a bad feeling about.
She said, "Why, mommy?" I said, "This guy, the face, not a good guy."
Dwan, a beloved
Hey,
A.
Dusty.
Leaf ISD teacher who taught 3rd grade at Boone Elementary. Her mother says Wendy was a giver who always showed a special love for her students.
You know, she thought it was about race.
She asked me,
Oh yeah, she probably thought her mother didn't like her because he was black, and she
She was like,
yeah.
she was like, nah, I want that toxic dick tonight. Ain't nothing stopping
Yeah,
me.
And she was going to prove her wrong.
Yep.
Her mom sealed her fate.
And not only did she not prove her mom wrong, but he killed her in front of all of her friends. So she like,
why would the mom not want her name being exposed? That's the question. Why would the mom not want her name?
It brings shame to the family.
Yeah. She was fucking this dude.
99 cents, buy some gift for the kids.
She believes
It's also going
Thompson
to be the
took
crazy
her
on the
daughter's
internet there.
Hold on. Hold on.
Dollar store, 99 cents, buy some gift for the kids.
She believes Thompson took her daughter's kindness for weakness, hoping he remains behind bars.
You know, the guy very evil. Take her life away. I buy some gift for the kids.
She believes
She bought some gifts from the kid. Hold on, what did she say right here? Somebody who speak fucking broken fucking tiger.
No. She said go to the 99-cent store and buy some gifts for the kids instead of going and see this guy.
Every Thursday, she asked me go like dollar store, 99 cents, buy some gift for the kids.
she believes Thompson took her daughter's kindness for weakness, hoping he remains behind bars.
You know, the guy very evil. Take her life away. I hope this guy have to get the full legal punishment.
Now, Thompson is currently in custody in Louisiana in the
Salute
process
to that
of
one.
being
Full
transported to
legal
the Fort Wayne
punishment.
County Jail. His bond remains set
Dude needs
at
9 grams of lead.
Damn. That's a rough one, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. That one right there.
I'm out of here, you guys. Love you guys.
All right,
Good
take
night.
it easy.
Have a good night.
Later.
So this
a lot of these tigers are very woke, and especially like when they're kind of brown. You know, they want to kind of identify as
definitely
BIPOC or whatever.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, they take advantage of that brown shit because many of them are darker than some black people, and they definitely do that because that's the wave right now, and it just doesn't
It gets
work.
them out of that like white adjacent type of
Trying to say he didn't pull the trigger, rather that it was all an accident. DeMarcus Hedges appeared in court by video, facing a judge and accusations that he brought a deadly amount of irresponsibility to a gathering of teens.
DeMarcus had brought a firearm into the residence with the marijuana and alcohol.
Boone County Detective Justine Bates testified that multiple teens were playing with a gun, pointing it at each other, and saying Hedges
Had been mishandling it, taking bullets out of it, loading the magazine, and had been pointing it at least 2 of the deceased and Isabel's head, and had been pulling the trigger and laughing.
Shortly
Isabel, oh shit!
Of course, I knew it.
God
And he accidentally shot and killed 3 people. He went off by accident 3 times.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't know I did who he killed. Man, I thought he killed the bullshit.
Standing there bopping in the fucking video feed.
Oh no!
He
He killed Karen's daughter Becky.
Oh shit! It never stops, man. This is amazing. Oh,
I think her
Sisters
older
out
sister
here,
was
we ain't
dating him. That's why
protected.
they were together.
wow.
What the fuck?
Wow. Listen, man. I'm trying to be jaded tonight.
I mean, my thoughts on this is if you're a glider woman, glider teen girl, and you're sitting around somewhere with a sun man who's pointing the glizzy at everybody in the room, like, you're too stupid to live. Like, you need to either get out of that situation immediately or, you're questionable.
But
Got a few
they're
extra
brainwashed
chromosomes, it looks
into
like.
accepting this, the
Yeah, I mean,
anti-racism
Or if
thing,
he's
and
done, just take him out now, put him down.
well, and the parents don't step in, and there's all the education about being fair and being
even if they do
anti-racist,
step in, I think, they get brainwashed against them a lot of the
and then you
times.
have that Section 8 and stuff, so you have a lot of these people moving into areas where they wouldn't have been living before.
This is sick.
So she might have just had no experience at all.
Yeah,
just good old fashioned payback because dad's a racist.
Yeah,
because that's what school told me.
It could be a lot simpler than all that. I mean,
I don't even think
no
so
reason to
because
condemn
she's
her.
so young. Her parents are young. I doubt her parents.
Yeah, but
are even racist.
the school's been telling her her and her parents are racist since she was in first grade.
I mean, her parents could be like 40 years old and they hung out with some Sun people or they listened to rap.
Somebody
and
in the
think
chat
they're
said
cool.
DeMarcus had been arrested for armed robbery previously.
No shit.
That's totally outside the realm of possibility here. There's no way that's possible.
I know he killed her with a gun, but dude, that's not him.
I'm interested to know how he killed 3 people. I mean, Mayo, what do you think? With like a
Accidentally.
Switch?
He killed 3 people accidentally.
No. The gun
it's
killed
never on
3
purpose.
people. The gun killed 3 people.
Allegedly.
True.
But,
True.
so it was a switch or something?
Yeah, the gun just jumps out of their hand and pulls the trigger by itself.
Oh, he got angry at something and pulled up the gun, pointed it at one person, pulled the trigger, hit the next person, pulled the trigger, hit the next person, pulled the trigger.
He said no witnesses.
So he killed everyone in the room. Is that what happened?
No.
He killed 3 of
Okay,
at least
so
4.
All right, I didn't know how many were there.
We don't know what the fuck he was doing.
I forgot
no
to take
idea.
himself.
I mean,
Very
the
true.
only way to
And how
deal
old,
with this
how
shit
old
is
was
humor.
this guy? How old was the guy?
Good question. He's like an 18-year-old teen, or what's going on here? 23-year-old teen. Sun teens, 13 to 36.
Yeah, he was a kidult.
Black man, you be killing me, bro.
I mean,
No, it's real,
just
dog.
seems-
It's just
yeah.
funny, man.
Shit. What it would y'all been paying attention to the Baltimore stuff, the squeegee terrorists?
Oh man, I just know I was watching the video the other day, man, and I just started cracking up because I looked up and all of a sudden there's a squeegee kid on the hood of a truck.
Yo, if I was from
I was
Baltimore,
dying, dude.
If I was from Baltimore, I'd be fucking embarrassed, man.
DeMarcus was 23 years old.
Oh my god.
23. I called it.
You called that
The
shit.
thing I saw, said that he was 18, and he's
Anyway you swing it, he was a teen.
DeMarcus Boone, 23.
No, it says 18 in the
no
story.
DeMarcus Hedges. DeMarcus Hedges is the guy.
It's Boone
Okay.
County, and I think he only killed one of them. He was just hanging out with the other ones, with another male and female.
Well, I guarantee you, he didn't hit the one that he was aiming at.
Uncharacteristic for sun teens. Sad though. I mean, this shit. Gliders are in a fucking pickle. We are in a pickle. I mean, we can't say shit about it. A lot of people, even if you want to say anything about it, you get destroyed by the greater society.
Yeah.
I think Nation News needs to be required curriculum.
Yeah, but I mean, half of the gliders won't even begin to accept it. You can't.
Well, you know what? You know what? She'll pick up his weed next time.
Hey, fisherman.
There won't be a next time.
Hey, fisherman.
He's gonna get 7 years. That'll be it. He'll be out soon.
Hey, fisherman.
He's gonna get 7
Fisherman.
years, serve 3.5. He'll
Fisherman
be
ain't
out.
in here. You think
Oh,
Hot Black sounds like
Oh,
Fisherman?
are you talking about me? Sorry, what's up, Mossy?
Yeah, no, I apologize. I'm trying to get the Hot Black. Yeah. How do you stand up as a glider? How do you stand up for yourself?
Well, I mean, to look at it logically, so here's something I was listening to the other day. I was listening to a sister at work talk about how Illinois is such a great place, and it's really one of the forward-thinking places in the nation because of how the governor is really walking the walk by enacting both the gun ban and the no bail purge law, right? And just talking, and everybody's like fawning on her and agreeing with her and saying, oh yeah, you can move to Chicago, but don't move up north because the racism there will be really bad for you, and yeah, I mean, you want to say shit, but if you do, you'll be completely destroyed. So, but how do you mean specifically, like physically or like
No, I mean
society speaking?
like in that instance, when you hear someone say something like that's like if you hear someone say some nonsense, do you speak out against it if you know that it's if you know it if you know it's if it's it's like if it's incorrect or
Man, I'm not trying to
Or do-
have no kind of arguments like that with nobody. My pride in being a glider is not like to the point where I need to have that kind of, yeah, I think in an ideal world, it would be nice to stand up and give the speech that makes everybody say, oh, wow, I've thought about this totally wrong my whole life.
No, you can't. You can't change. You can't change
I don't say
people's
give
minds. That's the
I don't
problem.
say give a speech. I just say give a speech. I mean, like, I don't want to phrase it. You ask basically ask a rhetorical question.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I think that would be my strategy if I were to attempt to do such a thing. And maybe, in the right circumstances with the right people. But generally speaking, like, in that situation I just described, there's just no way to come out of that without, your tail on fire there.
Okay,
Never worth
that's
the
what I
effort.
want to know.
It's not, yeah, it's the hill is not worth dying on.
Not worth it.
I'd rather come here, talk about it plainly and honestly, and in a, I don't think I'm particularly biased except for the fact that I can see what's going on around me, right? And I have my entire life. So I think coming on here and talking about it honestly does more for whatever cause there is than, dying on a hill like that.
Who's smacking?
I'm wondering that myself.
Who's chewing gum? You guys heard that?
Yeah, it was Johnny Rep.
It's Johnny Reb. He muted himself.
Mhm.
All right, let me move along.
Thanks, Hot Black.
And accusations that he brought a deadly amount of irresponsibility to a gathering of teens.
DeMarcus had brought a firearm into the residence with the marijuana and alcohol.
Boone County Detective Justine Bates testified that multiple teens were playing with a gun, pointing it at each other and saying Hedges
Had been mishandling it, taking bullets out of it, loading the magazine, and had been pointing it at least two of the deceased and Isabel's head, and had been pulling the trigger and laughing.
Shortly after, 16-year-old Scarlett Tucker was shot in the forehead at close range. She died at the scene in this Burlington home. Initially, investigators said someone dropped a bag of marijuana. Hedges told Tucker to pick it up, and she
Sounds like he was playing Russian roulette.
Look at that house that the glider girl died in.
You don't play Russian roulette with a automatic pistol.
That's a nice house. That's a
Polish
nice
roulette.
house, man.
That's
a
Polish
nice
roulette.
house.
Yeah, that's a nice house, man. What was that son man doing out there with them at that nice house?
I don't know, but they didn't leave. Like, so they know he has a gun. He's playing around with it, and they were sticking around.
So you're soft if you leave. If you leave, you're not cool. Like, you know what I mean? This type of stuff happens all the time. Like, some men play with guns all the time. They don't shoot somebody all the time.
I mean, I just hear all these kids every time there's a school shooting, they're shocked about guns and all this stuff. But at the same time, they all have them and are playing around with them. there's just a disconnect.
These girls, this guy being out here, man, you gliders have terrible judgment, man.
Year-old Scarlett Tucker was shot in the forehead at close range. She died at the scene in this Burlington home. Initially, investigators said someone dropped a bag of marijuana. Hedges told Tucker to pick it up, and she wouldn't. He shot her. But now, a contradiction.
Mr. Hedges shot Scarlett because she didn't pick the marijuana up. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
Right.
That happened earlier in the evening.
Defense attorney Clyde Bennett claims Hedges didn't know the gun was loaded when he was pointing it at other people.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you characterize this as an accident? Isn't that a true statement under oath?
I characterize it as a gross mishandling of a firearm.
Now a court will determine if it's more accident than murder. Either way, the future will never be what it would have been for Scarlett Tucker and her family.
That is called reckless disregard of a risk on a firearm.
Let me tell you this, though.
And that is a
Let
murder.
me tell you this. A lot of Sunmen, they'll use that as an excuse. They want to kill somebody, right? A lot of Sunmen want to kill somebody. They want to know what it feels like to kill somebody, especially because when they come from these neighborhoods where other people, their friends got bodies, they might be the only one in the clique that ain't got a body or ain't shot somebody. And I believe that some man may have willfully, accidentally discharged that gun.
I agree.
People to know how sweet and kind of a person she was, and just that she had this bright future that we're just very sad that we're not going to get to see.
Now, Hedges was also charged with aggravated robbery in December in Hamilton County. Police say he and others held a man at gunpoint while they robbed him.
Man. It's sounding a little less and less like an accident to me.
Yeah, y'all kind of giggling and shit. I've been at gunpoint before. That's stare down a barrel. Yeah, fuck that. That dude should be dead.
Yeah.
Pointing a firearm at somebody is reckless disregard of a risk, no matter if the gun is loaded or not.
Right.
Bro, if you look up reckless in the dictionary, you get a picture of that Sun teen. I mean, they take reckless to a whole new level. It's an art form.
There's a crash Kia in there.
Yeah, a picture of him with the smoking wreckage of a Kia in the background. A dead glider girl.
Wow.
Brian Hemrick, WLWT, News 5.
Told to reopen tomorrow morning.
An 18-year-old accused of shooting and killing a teenage girl in Burlington has turned himself in. The shooting happened around 1:30 this morning on Silverbrook Drive. Boone County officials say DeMarcus Hedges told 16-year-old Scarlett Tucker to pick up a bag of marijuana that had fallen on the floor. When Tucker refused, investigators say Hedges then pointed a gun at Tucker.
So where does that story come from? Because
obviously the police report.
I would want to hear a kid dispute that story, not that fucking woke ass glider woman that was on the fucking stand.
Well, I also want to know whose friends were up there with them. Were they his friends, her friends?
Probably.
I bet you that's in the police report, but it's in the police report as an incident that they talked about. It's not the aggravating incident, but the media latches onto that as a reason to excuse it.
It's not an excuse. That's a reason, though, to shoot someone.
Sure.
Claiming it was an accident is an excuse.
Yeah, the media is making an excuse for him.
But the media is saying that it was because she dropped a bag of weed was dropped and she didn't pick it up.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's his legal defense. That was an accident. The media is not really painting it like that. You're definitely right.
Yeah.
This is all like
head and pulled the trigger.
mind-boggling.
3 teenagers who witnessed the shooting are also cooperating with the investigation. Officials say he turned himself into the U.S. Marshal Service in Covington earlier this afternoon. They say he will be taken to Boone County Detention Center and held on a $1 million bond.
And he ran to Louisiana.
Yeah, and his friend snitched on him. So
That's a
Well, they say
12
he's from
hours from where he
Cincinnati,
was.
Ohio.
He ran to Louisiana too. So what is this?
Hold on. Is this the same guy? You got your stories mixed up, man?
yeah, Hedges.
No,
Yeah,
they
that is
said
him.
he turned himself into U.S. Marshal Service in Covington, which is in Louisiana.
They both
that's
ran in
Kentucky.
Louisiana.
Covington would be Kentucky. It's right across from
okay.
Cincinnati. Right across.
Yeah, he's from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Covington's the
Covington
North Shore of
is
Lake
in
Pontchartrain
Kentucky,
too.
right across the, I think, a river or something. It's right there.
He has
Okay.
a sports profile, so it looks like he played baseball at Deer Park High School, and it looks like a decent school for Ohio. So maybe he's some kind of sun glider.
Well, no, he was
Yeah.
also implicated in like a gun
14-year-old
armed robbery, right?
It's just it doesn't matter, even if they're from like nice communities, they end up getting
Well,
involved.
the
with this kind of
earlier
thing.
guy from Boone, Texas, was in Louisiana, which was a 12-hour drive away. So
Yeah, no, Covington would be like 15 minutes away from Cincinnati or something.
A 14-year-old girl is in serious condition tonight after investigators say her ex-boyfriend shot her several times. It happened Sunday in Racine near 21st and Memorial Drive. 12 News' Kristen Pierce is live at the Racine Police Department tonight. And Kristen, prosecutors say this happened over a breakup.
Patrick, over a breakup, and apparently because of a post on Snapchat. That's according to this criminal complaint here. And now a 14-year-old girl, her life is changed forever. A 14-year-old girl flown to Children's Wisconsin from Racine Sunday after being shot in the head multiple times. Her GoFundMe page identifies her as Jasleen Jones. Now her 14-year-old ex-boyfriend is charged with attempted homicide. Prosecutors say he shot the girl because she wanted to break up with him. According to the criminal complaint, the victim says she begged for her life. Prosecutors say the boy told her, "You have to die," and shot her several times more. Jones survived, ran.
Some man get right to the point. He ain't beating around the bush. You have to die.
I seen this guy's picture, this little kid's picture. He looks like every little son teen that we see get shot little in the fucking
14 years old in New York State, juvenile. He goes to juvie, gets out in 18 months.
Ran away and flagged down a driver who contacted 911. The complaint says officers found bloody clothes and shoes at the boy's home. Prosecutors say he admitted to shooting Jones, quote, in a fit of rage over a Snapchat post and the breakup.
And Kristen, we understand that 14-year-old boy is not at the county jail.
Patrick, he isn't. That 14-year-old boy is being held in the juvenile center because of that, we are not naming him tonight. But we do know if he is convicted of attempted homicide, he faces decades in prison.
His next court appearance is next week. Kristen Pierce in Racine tonight.
Yeah, kill him.
Is that Wisconsin?
For some breaking
Where
news
is
out of
that?
Racine, court documents into
This
the
is
news.
Milwaukee.
Newsroom show.
Racine, which is a suburb of Milwaukee. Racine, which is a place where Jacob Blake was he had been convicted of multiple crimes in Racine. Racine is a very, very sunny. It's Waukesha, Milwaukee, that little area.
So I went up there one time, the first time I'd ever been in Wisconsin, and I met some people who were in Waukesha County, and I was talking about it, and I said, so, like, what's it like up here in Waukesha County? And they looked at me like, Waukesha? And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that's just how you said it. I know a couple girls named Waukesha back from where I come from. Yeah, no,
it's sunny. I said when I first started doing this, I was shocked that Wisconsin was like, I always thought of cheese heads and snow.
Yeah,
and
it blows my mind every time.
And it's like it's one of the most dangerous places on planet Earth.
Only certain parts, like Milwaukee's super dangerous, but other parts are like Madison, Green Bay, places like that, very, very safe.
Breaking news out of Racine. Court documents into the newsroom show a 14-year-old boy is charged as an adult. Police say he shot his girlfriend in the head.
Our Uba Ali is in Racine, where today Governor Tony Evers happened to visit for a discussion on curbing violent crime. Uba.
Steve Carroll, police say the shooting happened here near 21st and South Memorial Drive in Racine Sunday afternoon. Now, we're not naming the 14-year-old due to his age, but he is being charged as an adult with attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Now, according to a criminal complaint, the teen admitted to shooting his girlfriend, a 14-year-old girl, in the head in what he called a, quote, fit of rage. The teen girl who survived the shooting was able to talk to police. She told them she wanted to break up with the boy, and that's when he shot her in the head 3 times. Police say one of the bullets entered her left eye and is lodged in her neck. She remains in the hospital in stable condition. The same complaint states the boy admitted to police that he shot the girl because of a Snapchat post and because of the breakup. These charges come as Governor Tony Evers was in Racine today, where he talked about mental health and preventing violent crime. How do we save lives?
Yeah, for sure. And one of the ways to do that is to make sure that we do have enough police officers, but also violence preventers.
They treat not kids like adults for no
I
reason.
spoke to the governor today inside a community-oriented policing house where top house officers work out of these homes, offering help and support for high-crime neighborhoods. Now, the boy is in custody on $500,000 bail. If convicted, the teen faces up to 60 years in prison. Live in Racine,
Maimed this girl for life.
Uba, thank you.
Horribly
The
maimed
only
her.
way to stop
in the
son
head as many
violence
as 4
is to
times
stomp
during
on
a
their
breakup
heads
with
like
her
a crowd of
boyfriend.
sun men on someone on the ground.
You mean curb stop him like an American
Shot in the
Story
head
X
as
or
many
whatever?
as 4 times during a breakup with her boyfriend Sunday, 14-year-old Jasleen Jones survived.
I would say it's more of a miracle.
The chilling details revealed in these charging documents. According to the criminal complaint, Jones's 14-year-old boyfriend was angered about Jones ending their relationship. The girl telling police after being shot once in the eye, she begged for her life, but says the boyfriend told her, quote, "You have to die," then fired several more times.
Now, somehow, after being shot in the head several times back here, Jones is able to run out here to the street near 21st and Memorial, flags down a driver for help. That driver calls 911.
Thankfully, we had citizens who were willing to step up and get involved.
The 14-year-old shooter now charged as an adult, but being held in the juvenile detention center because of his age. He admitted to police he pulled the trigger, quote, in a fit of rage over a Snapchat post and the breakup.
It's hard to fathom or even imagine that 14-year-olds could be in this position, in this situation. It's
Not really.
disheartening and saddening to all of us.
The teen eventually flown to Children's Hospital. On Jones's GoFundMe page, the organizer posted, "This baby will now have to go through life through one eye and live with bullets in her neck and head. She went through a major surgery and has more procedures to come."
She is an absolute survivor. The real story here is her. She saved her own life. She fought for her life and did everything she could to ensure that she maintained her composure. She was clear and able to communicate with officers and to get herself help.
In Racine, Hillary Mintz, WISN 12 News.
Jacob Blake sucked up all the money with his GoFundMe, and she could only get $3,500.
Right now at 5, a walking miracle. That's what the mother of a 14-year-old girl is saying this evening after her daughter survived after being shot several times by her teen boyfriend.
This happened over the weekend near 21st and Memorial Drive in Racine. That boy is charged as an adult.
Uba Ali sat down with the girl's mom, who tells us how her daughter is defying the odds.
She's just so proud to be alive.
Miranda Perales says her 14-year-old daughter, Jasleen Jones, is talking, walking, and smiling at Children's Wisconsin just 2 days after being shot several times.
She's still her spunky self. She can't wait to put on her makeup.
Investigators say Jasleen was shot in the head 3 times by her 14-year-old boyfriend when she tried to break up with him. They say the boyfriend admitted to shooting Jasleen in what he called a, quote, fit of rage.
I had no idea. No idea he had a gun.
Morales says her daughter dated the teen for more than a year. She never noticed any.
I wish I had a picture.
13-year-olds should not be dating.
Yeah, and why she
Right.
talking about makeup and shit? Like,
Yeah.
the
Well,
mom
but
is
she's
tone
Hispanic,
deaf.
so
Well, and mom knows that 14-year-olds don't have driver's licenses too.
just ridiculous.
There's a picture of this kid floating around. I'm trying to find it. Little short, dark skinned kid with a fade or some shit. It's just crazy, man.
But the parents make no effort. They just make zero effort to parent their children. And then they start a GoFundMe.
No, you can tell by the pictures. They're best friends.
Yep, friends.
It's definitely weird that she's like on Snapchat with her 14-year-old daughter.
No, they're all like that. They love the filters.
Where's the father?
Yeah.
This big
There's no father. We all know that.
But
yeah.
she got the last name Jones, so yeah, he's definitely out of the picture.
That's my last name.
I saw a video of my grandfather talking about it.
Hey, Mossy, you trying to tell us something, man? Do you know something about this story?
Right, that's your kid, man.
No, it's not my child, it's very unfortunate that it happened to her.
Yeah, very, man.
Yeah,
that's a fucked up wound too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a miracle.
I bought the kid Christmas presents, you know? I mean, you never know.
she bought that little fucker Christmas presents.
I bought the kid Christmas presents, you know? I mean, you never know that type of stuff until the mask is unveiled.
This is truly domestic violence at age 14. Did you ever think that was even possible?
I did not think that was possible.
Imagine coming to this conclusion from this,
because...
and not that it's like, rampant son teens rampantly having guns at 14-year-old. What other 14-year-olds are doing this? This isn't 14-year-old domestic violence.
She's way too calm for me, man.
Well, she probably had this girl at 16, 14 or 16 herself. So she doesn't see anything abnormal about kids that age having adult relations.
28. This woman is not 28 or 30. This woman is 40. This woman is 39, 40 years old. This woman had that girl in her 20s.
I don't know. Her granddad doesn't look more than about 55.
So you telling me this girl's 28, right? 28 or 30, 31?
I mean, I'm like 28.
Oh, no, man. Nah, man. Nah.
Because they're kids.
So,
and
can somebody explain to me how does this make any sense that all these son men are shooting their ex-girlfriends or girlfriends and putting themselves in a place where they'll never see a natural born woman ever again?
Yeah, it's bizarre, but it comes down to impulse control, that they're not thinking that far ahead. That's like, for instance, like I tell you, that thought is like the equivalent of a glider knowing where he's going to be in 50 years. Like a glider retirement plan, and we're going to fucking live in Boca Raton at this fucking old folks home, and the kids are gonna be off into fucking their
I don't know about
careers.
you, I plan to have my current salary as what is taken out of my 401k as interest.
Yeah, Sun Man
Yeah, that's some
thinks
glider shit right there.
Sun Man thinks to think that far ahead to where, like, damn, if I shoot this girl and kill her, I'm going to a place where there's nothing but guys, and I may fucking never see the light of day again. That's a million miles away, man.
No, he knows he's still gonna get some ass in prison.
Yeah, he's gonna live that young slime life in prison.
In that moment,
that's acceptable.
That term "prisoners of the moment" is apropos to Sunman, man. It's just a shame, man. Seeing all these stories, it's just like these. We have a tiger, a mixed chick, and a white chick, all getting killed by Sunmen, and this is just a drop in the bucket of things that happened this week.
I didn't think evil was in kids.
The 14-year-old is charged as an adult with attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Considering the trauma,
That 14-year-old was literally in your kid.
The family is thankful her brain function wasn't impacted.
She's lost sight in one of her eyes, but the doctors told her
she lost sight in one of her eyes. Yikes.
She's lost sight in one of her eyes, but the doctors told her she's going to be able to do everything that people with two eyes can do.
Jasleen will also have to live with several bullets lodged in her body, but she's taking the worst day of her life.
God gave her the second chance.
And using it to speak up for those in violent relationships.
This is her new path, and I'm going to help her in every way possible.
In Wawatoa.
What they're not saying is she will eventually be completely debilitated by the effects of lead poisoning.
Yeah.
Exactly. The way that shit's
Completely
lodged right next to her
debilitated.
spine, that shit's lodged right next to her spine. It's still going to travel through her body. Like, that's fucked.
Yeah, because your body's
Real
going to try
fucked
to
up.
reject it, but
Exactly.
yeah, that's fucked, man.
And there's no telling which direction they're going to go. Like, I mean, okay, they probably have to sort it out, but still, fucking hey.
Wow.
Little bastard.
Tonight, a kidnapping suspect on the loose after a series of early morning and bizarre crimes on Billings South Side.
Yeah, investigators are still trying to find if those two men involved in this knew each other or if it was
Billings. So this is Glider, right? This is Glider stuff, right? Billings, North Dakota, or some shit, right?
That's Montana? Billings,
Okay,
Montana?
Billings, Montana.
But as I learned late this afternoon,
Gliders.
police say at least one shot was fired. Police also telling me that while the vehicle used in the abduction was found, we don't know how or where it was located. Neighbors in the area continue to stay vigilant. One woman even turning to her doorbell camera to catch a glimpse of anything related to this early morning crime.
Another early morning crime in our city.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I very, very much was cautious even letting my dog out this morning.
Another nearby neighbor shaken.
I get more and more shocked as closer everything
Smash.
keeps coming to our house.
Tanea Merchant is a mother of three.
Kind of really bad.
Smash
I have
it.
children, and I mean, it gets scary. It's very scary.
And just blocks from her Southside
big
home
sunny
on 4th
vibes.
Avenue South, an unexplainable crime.
It's crazy to me, and it doesn't make much sense.
Early this morning, Billings police tweeting out this: an attempted kidnapping under
Sombrito.
investigation, weapons involved, a shot fired, and a male victim forced into a vehicle at gunpoint, where police say it's unclear if they knew each other. Then a chase.
I mean, I knew that was literally just a couple blocks from here, so I thought, well, you never know. And
You Gliders, man. You got burritos up here in Billings, Montana. Yikes.
sure enough, right there at that time frame, I see a similar car going right past.
The funny thing is, Merchant has cameras on her house and just happened to notice that same sort of vehicle driving by.
Yeah, that rattling sound is what's making that loud vibration in the camera.
The video was dark, but the sound of the car's loud muffler that police described crystal clear.
I work with vehicles, so I also recognize, different problems with vehicles, and that one obviously had muffler issues.
Later in the day, another tweet, Billings police now locating that Mitsubishi Eclipse, also saying the investigation ongoing. But none of it sitting well with
And the
Merchant.
fact that that was in our neighborhood, the person has not been caught, and regardless if it was stranger or not, I mean, with everything that's been going on in our city all around, I mean, you can't trust anything.
So Billings is off the chain? What the fuck? Billings, Montana? What the fuck? What's going on out here, man?
Well, the tip off is the not to stereotype anybody, but a bad muffler in a cheap car.
Single mom, 3 kids, very young.
Tonight, we're learning the name of the suspect who police say was involved in a terrifying sequence of crimes Sunday night that ended with a shooting at a children's birthday party. 32-year-old Thomas John Slavera Jr. is now charged with 1 count of deliberate homicide and 1 count of attempted deliberate homicide.
Glider.
He's accused of shooting and killing Carlos DeLeo in the 1200 block of Avenue F in
Nope.
Billings, stealing DeLeo's Chevy Tahoe and crashing it a few blocks away before fleeing to a home on Burlington Avenue. That's where prosecutors say Slavera burst into a children's birthday party and shot Eric Berry in the chest, wounding him. Officers finally took Slavera into custody after a 7-hour standoff. Now, we've also learned in court documents that officers found syringes and guns in that Tahoe following the crash, and that police had to be called to St. Vincent Hospital Tuesday night when Slavera tried to escape. He'd been taken there because of injuries sustained in the crash. He now faces life in prison if convicted of the
glider
crime.
demon.
Tonight, we're learning the name of the suspect.
That is a serious glider, man. Okay, so I think we might find a spot.
He was a whole
man.
glider too.
Yeah,
taking that one.
We found a little spot, man.
We got on the scoreboard tonight, man.
It was here in the parking lot of the Billings West End Walmart on December 30th that a 14-year-old girl says she was raped by a man she didn't know. Wednesday's arrest of Tyson Lee Garza has brought some relief to the family, who hope nobody else has to deal with the terror that they have gone and are still going through.
That's an umbrito.
My little girl, she was like, I don't want this happening to any other little girl's mom. And
it's a parent's worst nightmare, something terrible happening to your child. It's especially tough to hear about it secondhand.
My mom called me and told me what happened, and I don't remember the ride to Walmart.
We've chosen not to show or name anyone associated with the family to protect the victim's privacy as she grows up. But her mother wants to share what happened to her daughter and hopes it might somehow help others.
We want this as detailed as possible so that parents can teach their kids, grandparents can teach their kids what to look for.
Court documents detail a terrifying scene saying Garza lured the girl into his truck by pretending to know her grandfather.
He said, would you mind helping me? And that's how he got her to get into the truck. He asked her if she could put the groceries in the back seat.
She says the man then raped her inside the cab, just 4 to 5 cars away from her grandparents' truck. Documents say the girl was able to escape after a Walmart employee walked by and caused Garza to try and hide.
The thing I was thankful for is that she got away from him. Like, I was like, what if he took her?
4 days after the incident, the girl's mother started
Glider
a social media
females have to be
campaign with the
gullible
blessing of
and
Billings detectives
naive,
to
trusting
try and
people in
find
the
man
world.
responsible.
If I get it out there on social media, even if one person shares it, I was like, it's a domino effect.
That is punishable by life imprisonment or by...
That's the maximum penalty Garza faces if convicted. It's welcome news for this family and especially this victim.
She's happy that he's in jail. She wants...
Damn, you would think in Montana they just deal with these kind of guys.
Right.
I sort of figured that they had the death penalty out there.
There ain't no dad in that home.
I mean, if you had a family from like Detroit or something, you know, they just make a motherfucker come up missing out there.
He didn't murder anyone, so I guess he wouldn't qualify if they did.
Wow, so Billings has been off the charts a little bit lately. I mean, a couple shooting. Well, yeah, that shooting, this rape.
A public health emergency with the water in Billings.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this only happens in black cities, man.
Or maybe, I don't know.
Residents of Hysham were recently sent out this boil water advisory, but they tell us this problem with their water goes back much further than that. Actually, almost a year.
When you ask residents of Hysham, Montana, why they live here, most talk about the high quality of life.
I've lived here for 50 years.
There's just something about living in a small town without big city worries. But
no sun people.
This is one big exception.
There's dirty water in town.
Residents say for much of the last year, water like this has been pouring out of their taps.
At times,
It looks a
there's
little bit
more
worse than Flint.
film in a cup of water than there is in a regular cup of coffee.
And it turns.
I bet if a white celebrity like tried to make a big deal about this, they probably would catch themselves. A white celebrity would be like, "Damn, I can't do this," because it's like that would be like kind of like racist You know how like all the black celebrities, whenever there's a black town where there's like a boil water advisory, all the black celebrities get online and start talking about racism and environmental racism and institutional racism, and they trying to kill us. And they don't care about us.
It doesn't come from chemical poisoning or something. It comes from like 35 years of tax fraud and incompetence.
I'm sure Michael Moore knows about this situation. He ain't gonna talk about it.
Turns out this is much more serious than many thought.
It is a public health emergency, and people do need to boil their water before consuming it.
Montana's Department of Environmental Quality says the problems all started last March when the town's water storage tanks started leaking. Residents were asked to boil water.
Is it clear in the bucket?
No, it's not perfect.
Fast forward to December, when a malfunction at the water plant led to more problems. Health officials say the town's water plant is no longer filtering or disinfecting any of the water, which comes from the Yellowstone River.
All of those stopgaps have failed. That's what
You see how they explained it to the white people, and it like just explaining it is enough. You can't do that with some people. You can't explain to them, hey man, it's because there was a this and that. It's racism. Y'all ain't doing enough. Y'all wouldn't do this in the white town. And they always doing us like this. White people, you just say, hey, man, look, the water main bust. We did it. It was a mix-up at the water plant. And you don't hear a peep from them about it.
have failed. That's why they're on a boil water advisory, because pathogens that aren't rendered harmless by chlorine are also not being filtered out.
The town started distributing these notices to boil all water. A resident sent us one Friday, so we called the town's offices.
Hi, this is Kelsey Marison calling from Q2 in Billings, Montana. How are you doing?
We were hung up on twice before finally being passed along to the mayor, who declined an interview, only saying the town is working with the DEQ to fix the problems.
Yeah,
but a
like
solution
a
won't happen soon and won't.
What, getting hung up on?
Yeah, hung up on twice and not being no comment.
This would be a fucking
federal investigation.
Exactly, the DOJ. Exactly.
Hey Mayor.
Be cheap.
It is going to take some money.
Hey Mayor, wouldn't it be better to distill the water instead of boiling it?
Well, I'm kind of confused about the leaking tank. Doesn't really make sense, and the part of the problem, because a leaking tank isn't going to cause contamination of the water.
Yeah, she said all the filters were broke. The filtering system
Yeah.
was broke.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, you could put a reverse osmosis filter in your own home.
Problems, but a solution won't happen soon and won't be cheap.
It is going to take some money to do these upgrades, and funding is, half of the battle, because they aren't inexpensive.
Meanwhile, residents like Jessica Anderson continue to receive monthly water bills, and that isn't sitting well, especially knowing the dangers the DEQ says come with drinking the water.
When you flush your toilet and it looks like all it is Coke in your toilet bowl or coming out of your faucets.
In Hysham, Kelsey Marison,
Nothing
MTN
about they
News.
still charging us for this water. We got to pay for all this. We should be getting it for free.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, as dark as that water was, man, I wouldn't even try to boil that shit.
That water was did not definitely come out of the Yellowstone River.
Yeah,
I guarantee you that. Yeah, I guarantee that.
There's a breach in the line, or there's a bunch of buildup somewhere along the line.
Yeah, there's a breach probably somewhere near the sewer system.
Right on.
So give me another city, man. We'll do a couple more before we get out of here, man.
I saw a pretty funny video the other day of Baltimore's mayor being chased out of City Hall by a reporter heckling him about how the squeegee kids are out still being a menace despite his plan.
And the guy in charge of it's denying it, even when he was showed fucking pictures and video of it.
Yeah.
Right.
They're in complete denial over there.
Oh, very Baltimore.
Oh my God. Baltimore was off the chain right there. Let's see.
The teen accused of stabbing her classmate at Lansdowne High School this past Tuesday is now charged with attempted murder. That's according to charging documents obtained by the 11 News I team. They reveal the stabbing started in the girls' bathroom and then spilled out into the hallway. The victim suffered life-threatening injuries to her head and neck and is recovering tonight. Detectives have also learned the victim is the girlfriend of the suspect's former love interest. The suspect was taken into custody without incident.
We've been looking at this, over the course of the week, and it has our attention. It's our job to pay attention to these things so we can get ahead of them.
Baltimore County Police say they're working with retailers at and around the mall and across the county to prevent any possible disturbances.
We've met with the management and security entities for these venues to make sure that their policies and response plans are complementary and coordinated with our response policies and plans.
The policy rolled out by the Avenue at White Marsh says that people under the age of 17 must be accompanied and remain under the direct supervision of a parent or guardian that's at least 21 years old all day at all times.
Oh, shit. So
they would be better off giving kids a leash law.
They would be better off banning black kids.
Yeah, I mean, let's just cut to the chase.
Yeah, this is for black kids, and everyone knows it. Like everyone knows it. And this is a nice mall. This White Marsh Mall. This isn't like the Hood Mall. This is a decent mall in the suburb, in the county. And you would think that, if you're a fucking Tiger or a fucking goddamn glider team, you just want to go to the fucking mall and shit. And you fucking get there and they're like, where's your fucking chaperone? You're like, what?
And the next thing you know, you can't go outside after 6 p.m.
They're like, yeah, you have to have a chaperone. And it's like, all right, well, you go home, you get your mom, and you say, all right, mom, just wait out in the car. Me and Tyler are going to go in here. And they're like, no, your chaperone has to be with you, direct supervision the entire time you're in the mall. It's like, oh, shit. And it's like, why? Well, teens are causing a lot of problems in this mall.
Well, these kids are showing up to this mall and stolen Kias from Baltimore.
Yeah, but I mean,
the Sun teens are.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure that it's just like the one we have in the DC area, Tyson's. It's not just fucking black kids out there. It's that's a white area and a Iranian and a fucking Syrian and Ukrainian and fucking Pakistani and Bangladesh. All types of people out there, but every fucking single problem out there is a black kid. But those kids still suffer. All those kids suffer from these goddamn advisories.
Under the direct supervision of a parent or guardian that's at least 21 years old all day at all times. It comes just 2 weeks after police arrested 7 juveniles and an adult in Towson after a large disturbance there.
It's great if they're going to really help teach the youth a lesson, but I also think parents need to be more responsible and taking care of their children and giving them great direction.
Don Butler thinks there needs to be more places for youth to hang out during their downtime.
Oh, shut up.
Fuck out of here, Don.
Bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I love how the American taxpayer is in charge of Sun Kids 24/7 and responsible for their every move.
Yeah.
Right. And I showed you all the fucking programs in DC. There's even more in Baltimore. Nothing but fucking programs and initiatives and
state-of-the-art facilities.
Yep. Nothing but that. Fucking crazy, man. She wants more of that shit. Well, here's the only thing I can assume. The level of crime is basically telling her brain that it obviously doesn't exist. Maybe she doesn't have kids, and it's so much crime. She's like, well, they couldn't possibly have 1,000 programs. You know what I'm saying? Out
Maybe
here
she's
for
not
these
familiar.
yeah, like I mean, they have women. They have thousands of programs, thousands of shit for these kids to do. They all want to be fucking hoodlums.
Or responsible and taking care of their children and giving them great direction.
Dawn Butler thinks there needs to be more places for youth to hang out during their downtime.
Something's going on that's making the kids maybe not want to do the right thing out there. So not enough activities going on where they can go and, have fun.
I think we need to find some other kind of outlet for them and to help them. It's very unfortunate that it ended up.
Look at how the mammies talk. Like,
it is very unfortunate, Doc. It's very unfortunate.
And nothing self-accountable in the picture. No self-accountability for the kids or the parents.
No. And there's kids all over the U.S. with disabilities, like actual disabilities, and they don't get this kind of
and
support.
ones that don't
The
have rec
parents,
centers, and they don't murder everybody.
sometimes they can't even go to school. They don't have the proper support at school, or they can't get the therapies they need. If you live in a small rural state, if you're in Wyoming and your kid's autistic, good luck.
Yeah, there's kids in West Virginia right now that if they want to drink, they have to go outside and hand pump a frozen fucking well.
And I don't know what these kids could possibly need.
Boot in the ass and some jail time.
Yeah.
That's a fucking start.
I think the other one, they wanted like after hours. I mean, after hours, they should be at home.
Right.
If your kid's out after 10 o'clock or after midnight,
That
the
previous woman
parents should
said
be
they
charged with neglect.
they need more stuff to do on their downtime. Yeah, well, their downtime is like being jack boys in the middle of the night. So that's when they're not being
plenty of,
squeegee boys.
Books. Should be reading books.
Should be home doing chores.
As soon as them street lights come on, get your ass in the house. That's what it used to be.
And when I got caught out of the house when I wasn't supposed to be, my dad brought out the nails and the hammer and blocked my escape route. Because you always say, this kid snuck out. This kid snuck out. Yeah, that's real easy to fix with a piece of fucking plywood.
That's a fire hazard, though, Mel.
I don't give a shit.
I threw that link in the back chat for the Brandon getting
fine.
harassed.
If it's a fire hazard, fine. Take the door off of his room. Empty everything out of it except his mattress.
Salute to Monique.
Oh, yeah.
Monique D says, when I was in middle school, a couple who were always off and on got into a fight, and he choked her up against the lunch table in front of everyone. They were both on burritos. DV is possible at any age. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Those are some amazing earrings.
Oh my god!
Oh wow! I just noticed that. Wow. You can tell the really crazy ones by the ones that they wear, where you can like fit your wrist through it.
Man, I thought she was wearing fishing lures for deep sea work.
Right, that's they
got the tassels and everything.
Look like hand-me-down Christmas ornaments and shit.
Right.
I want to see some squeegee earrings.
Squeegee boy ripped that right off you.
You might have one with that. You got to copyright that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could sell them in the grill shop.
Yeah. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Kyle Ripken, aka the real MVP, coming through once again, man.
To be like this.
Murray Brandon agrees.
It's a great idea to me because you always want to go somewhere and feel safe. You want to go somewhere and feel comfortable.
Police say that everyone can play a role when it comes to public safety this weekend.
It means respecting the laws and rules in public venues, discussing appropriate activities and behaviors with our children.
And the White Marsh Mall also has a parental guidance policy in place. Anyone under the age of 18 must be accompanied by an adult 21 years or older after 5 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Reporting live in White Marsh, Kyrie Stewart, WBAL TV 11 News.
You muted.
Talking to malls in the area, they said that they will be out in force. And in fact, I want you all to take a look at the sign here behind me. We're at the White Marsh Mall, which is across from the Avenue at White Marsh. And the Avenue actually just expanded its youth escort policy today. And this comes after social media rumors of large gatherings near malls and other retail areas in the county. Now, police said that those rumors, along with what you said about it being a holiday weekend and the Ravens playing and other activities such as Restaurant Week, means that a lot of people are expected to be out. An officer said that they will be out as well to maintain order. Now, here at the Avenue at White Marsh, starting today, people under the age of 17 must be accompanied and remain under the direct supervision of a parent or guardian that's at least 21 years old all day at all times. Now, this comes 2 weeks after police arrested 7 juveniles and 1 adult after a large disturbance over at Towson Town Center. Today, Baltimore County Police held a press conference, and they said that they've met with
Police first came to this facility to investigate a reported aggravated assault. Police say the victim, 75-year-old Ellsworth Johnson Bay, was injured on May 18, 2022. A manager at the Autumn Lake Post-Acute Care Center told officers Johnson Bay was knocked down by a contractual employee. He suffered a broken hip and was taken to the hospital. He died almost 4 months later. Now the medical examiner has ruled his death a homicide by blunt force trauma. Johnson Bay, known as Brother Bay, was a community activist who worked on social issues in Baltimore. He was
old ass community activist got fucking killed by a fucking black orderly and shit at an old folks home. Can't make this shit up. Because you know if it was a white orderly, the fucking NAACP would be out there.
Crumb.
Shit. You fucking do your whole life fucking being woke for stupid shit and fucking running around fucking chasing all these stupid fucking ambulances and shit. And as a 75-year-old fucking young punk orderly fucking takes you out.
Black.
Unbelievable.
Death a homicide by blunt force trauma. Johnson Bay, known as Brother Bay, was a community activist who worked on social issues in Baltimore. He was the president and CEO of the Fraternal Order of Ex-Offenders. By phone, his daughter tells 11 News her family suspected abuse. They thought it was a matter of neglect and filed a complaint with the Maryland Health Department.
I had to get in contact with administration here.
Bonnie Brown says her 82-year-old mother has been at this facility for about a year, and there have been a few problems that they've tried to resolve.
Each issue, when we do have them, we have meetings so we can address them at the meetings, and they do correct them as time go on.
11 News did attempt to contact the facility's administrator by phone. We also tried to talk to him at the facility. It was locked with signs warning of a...
Look how we as a society, we're a great society. We have a place for our old people. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's flawed.
Actually, that's horrible, Ak. That's actually horrible.
Well, some
because we have a place to hide our old people from the public.
Yeah, but some societies, a young man will kill the older men. A young man always comes and kills the old guy because the old guy he takes resources. And
this is in Africa. Let's admit it straight up. This is Africa, okay?
Yeah,
the rest of the world
is like 28.
The rest of the world respects their elders and invites them into their homes.
And we all know how some people deal with elders. So
COVID outbreak and restricted visitation. No one came to the door.
I guess they try the best they can, but family needs to stay on top of
Yeah, man. Whew,
We believe that these 4 suspects worked together on all these carjackings.
The carjackings took place in the beginning of October of last year. They happened at several locations in Howard County, including on North Ridge Road in Ellicott City, outside of this grocery store. Police say in several of the cases, the suspect stole vehicles. In 2 other incidents, they fled without taking the cars.
This is an example of how a small group of people can commit a lot of crime, violent crime, in a small amount of time.
Police arrested 21-year-old Kwame Skinner and 18-year-old Amari Smith. Both are from Washington, D.C. Both were held without bond.
Kwame and Amari.
They both look like trouble.
They both from D.C.
That sounds like a weed movie. Kwame and Amari.
These guys are very far from home. Guys from D.C. usually don't travel that far up into
They ran out of gas in the cars they stole in D.C. and now they got to get home.
Yeah, man, this shit is they're branching out. This is terrifying, man. Because Howard County is between Baltimore and D.C., so it's not the DMV. What I would consider DMV, it's more of a Baltimore suburb, and it's very nice. It's not Baltimore County. This is Howard County. Very nice suburb. Very nice, up and coming. A lot of development out there. And if you got kids from DC coming out there with the kids from Baltimore that you already have to deal with just because it's a suburb of Baltimore.
As more predators are in an area, they necessarily have to push out the area.
Yeah, exactly, because there's not enough. Yeah,
there's not enough prey.
Yeah, definitely.
Multiple charges, including armed carjacking, robbery, motor vehicle theft, and assault.
So what we see here is 5 instances within the course of 5 days of these group of suspects committing violent carjackings with weapons. It's a scary situation.
Police have also charged an 18-year-old Columbia male who police say was 17 when he allegedly participated in the carjackings, and a 17-year-old male from Washington, D.C. According to a court charging document, a victim reported that on October 3rd at North Ridge Road, a suspect armed with a black rifle approached and ordered her to exit her vehicle, telling her, "Get out or I will shoot." And on October 8th at Snowden River Parkway, a victim told police when he was approached, a suspect threw him to the ground, took his car keys and phone, and one of the suspects held a black semi-automatic handgun in his face. Police say during their investigation, they did get into a car and foot pursuit with one of the suspects.
And using the information gathered from that arrest, we were able to connect him to these other suspects and these other carjackings that happened in that time frame. So really, that's what broke the case open, was to be able to make this arrest on that day, shortly after the carjacking happened, and be able to connect this group and get them all into custody. So that was big.
And police say witness descriptions and surveillance video also helped in the investigation.
He looked like that guy from Houston, don't he? The Isaiah Factor. The guy, the news anchor from Houston. I don't know, but yeah, he looks like him to me. Let's see. Yikes, man.
Let's try out Green Bay, Wisconsin, see if it's really safe in Madison.
Green Bay?
And Madison, yeah, or Madison, because somebody said they were safe earlier.
All right. Let me just do this one more story. You said you got the story about the
Oh yeah, it's the YouTube link in the back chat. It's only like a minute and 30-second video.
All right. Oh,
this piece of shit mayor of Baltimore, like I'm not sure who's worse, Latoya the Destroyer or this guy. I think it's a close heat. Maybe Beetlejuice.
And he did this. He did this as a mayor and as a city councilman. This is his fault.
We saw the squeegee kids move from corner to corner. Do you think yesterday was effective?
I think that we said to you, Mackenzie, that we knew this was going to be a process and that we know it's not going to change in one day. We're going to continue to move. There were no new. Love you too, brother. There were no serious incidents yesterday, and we're going to continue to work that way.
Thank you, everyone. How do you see this moving forward? Do you anticipate having officers go to the corners, or how do you enforce this?
Read the plan, Mackenzie. We gave it to you.
Read the plan.
We talked to you about this
But
1,000
how are you going
times.
to keep track of the warnings, the citations?
The same way we keep track of every citation. There's a record system for the city police department, just like every other law enforcement agency in the state. We're going to continue to work that way. Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you,
All
Mackenzie.
right. The mayor walking away from our questions. You know, this 14-year-old is just
bullshit.
making
you know?
incredible
Yeah,
progress.
I mean,
Designed
like,
to fail.
there's no solution, man. He knows that. I mean, listen, man. He just did that to appease the people. He knows that shit ain't gonna work. You can't tell no 17s to leave somewhere. That shit just doesn't work like that.
It's like they said in that one video. You get us on the street, there's gonna be a lot more jacking than killing. So one way or the other.
It just doesn't work like that, Mackenzie.
What? The mayor's just a bitch.
Well,
he is being topped by kids standing on a corner.
I mean, if he were real, he could be like, "Look, man, this is what's going on. Be real about it." But he's not. I agree. He definitely knows. That
So
it can't
tell
be
me
fixed.
this, man. Tell me this. Are you saying that he can?
How does he go home and fuck his wife every night when these kids punk him out every day?
Are you saying that he could have his police officers go out there and really bust up those corners the way it would need to be, like a drug corner, getting interactions with Sunmen, many of them armed, all of them are going to resist, all of them are going to run, all of them are not. I mean, getting the cuffs on them is it's easier to hog. You ever see this thing where they hog tie the pigs? What's that rodeo shit? Where they ride on the horse and then they fucking jump off the horse and hog tie them? Yeah,
It's done in 100 cities every fucking day in this country. It is.
Where inevitably one of their officers doesn't get fucking a racial lawsuit. Some of the officers are white, man.
Yeah, not care about that.
The mammy patrol would be out in force quickly.
Stop being a mammy. Stop being a mammy, man.
We're not being mammies. We're just calling it like it is. Like it is what it is. I mean, yeah, it'd be great if we could go out and bust these dudes out, put them on their knees, put them in handcuffs, take them off, haul them all to the gulag. But you can theoretically, but it's not really possible in this current climate and environment. It's not going to happen.
In DC right now.
Nuts to do it. That's the thing.
Most of the police department is black. The mayor is black. The city council is black. How can it be racist?
Treat like it's Africa.
Because they have
you got the right
law
enforcement ingrained into them.
The law enforcement usurps race. So even if you're black, if you're a law enforcement officer, you're still an agent of the state. So I just think that he knows that if they hit those corners hard, somebody's gonna get hurt. One of them Suntees is gonna get hurt, and it's gonna be a scandal.
No, I mean it's a scandal if he's trying to run for re-election. But if he actually wants to make a mark, do the job right.
No, but here's the thing though.
He has been bowing down to these kids for a fucking year.
I wish they would, for the record. I don't see how it's feasible.
My thing is that I'm not saying I get what you and Marcy saying. Trust me, I get what you're saying.
Do they bust drug dealers in that city every day?
It's a little bit different. But here's the thing. I get what you guys are saying, but what I'm saying is there's no reward for busting a drug dealer. Yes, there's a reward. You get to have a press conference. Everybody get to stand there. Multiple agencies work.
I guarantee more people from Baltimore are affected by those squeegee kids every day than the guy selling bags of weed on the corner. Let's be honest.
So Mel, are you telling me that they can enforce this ban on these corners like the way they need to?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see going forward. We'll monitor the situation.
asking for the public's help in the search for a suspect in a stabbing earlier this week. 21-year-old Angel Guerrero of Green Bay is wanted for allegedly stabbing a 17-year-old. Happened on Tuesday night. Officers claim the incident happened after an argument between the two on Radisson Street. If anyone has information on Guerrero's whereabouts, you are asked to contact the Green Bay.
Okay. Green Bay, man.
Headed south on I-7 or on I-35 headed to Mexico.
Okay.
That's his whereabouts.
Yeah. Let's see. Not much going on in Green Bay, man. I don't think they got the demographics up here for. Oh shit. No, that's Appleton Police Chief. Yeah, ain't much going on in Green Bay, man. Green Bay is kind of boring, man. Any shit going on in Green Bay? Maybe I need an influx, man.
Boring's
I need
good.
an influx, man. I need some low-income housing up there in Green Bay, man.
Shit.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, son, man, up here.
The Appleton Police Department has made an arrest in connection to a murder in November. Police have arrested 53-year-old Eric W. Rogers in connection to the death of Eric Hudson on West Summer Street. Outagamie County has received referrals for first-degree intentional homicide and robbery.
Okay, he robbed the guy. Hey, so, I mean, a little bit of some problems. Give me one more, man. One more.
It's only 4.4% in Green Bay.
Yeah, that's not enough to have a good news channel, man. Your news gonna be boring as shit with that type of fucking.
Be talking about lost dogs and shit.
Yeah, like nothing.
What about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville. They having a big football game this weekend too.
MSNBC, that Karen Blake or whatever, in DC.
Haran.
MSNBC is advertising it as he was tampering with cars.
Yeah. And the guy just came out and shot him for no reason, man. Let's see this one. Here we go.
Tonight, we're learning it was a young father killed in a shooting in Northwest Jacksonville earlier this week. Family members shared photos of Glenn Bess. Police say he was one of two men shot in the Robinsons Addition neighborhood Monday evening. Bess did not survive. News4Jax reporter Renee Beninati spoke with his loved ones and joins us live outside Jacksonville Police headquarters. Renee?
Joy, tonight investigators here at JSO are still looking for Bess's killer. The family member that I talked to said that he left behind a very young daughter, and he cannot understand why anyone would want to hurt him. Loved ones say 24-year-old Glenn Bess was killed in the deadly shooting here on Baldwin Street Monday. We talked to his family member over the phone, who did not want to be identified for safety reasons.
He was a very giving person. Even with his last, he would give his last to anybody in need.
Police say two people were shot on the porch of a home in the Robinsons Addition neighborhood. Bess was one of them. Both were taken to the hospital, but the 24-year-old did not make it. His loved ones say he had a lot to look forward to in life.
He was a hard-working person, UPS supervisor. He had a daughter, newborn daughter. His birthday just passed.
It's unclear what a possible motive was, and JSO has not released any information about the shooter. As Bess's family waits for justice, they want community members to remember this.
Yeah, he was a great guy. He just didn't deserve what he got.
Once again, this is an ongoing investigation. So if you have any information about this shooting,
like these sad stories are so common that it's almost like you should feel way more sorry for this guy than you do but you can't because it's like this is like this happens probably 20 times a day. You know what I'm saying? It's probably like it's literally probably like 40 thugs get killed today and 20 like regular fucking guys get killed today.
Yeah.
It's like
I looked at the mass shooting tracker today. As of the 9th, it was up to 22 mass shootings.
They're doing 2 a day.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they're doing 2 a day.
It sounds like football practice. 2 a days.
Yeah, man. It's just insane, man. Whew. Man, that's sorry for that kid, man. That guy just sitting on the porch in Blackistan, and they came through. And I don't know, man.
What was that? No leads, no witnesses.
Here goes another one. Same city a few days ago.
We have new information and surveillance video of the moment multiple gunshots killed a man last night in the Grand Park area. That was a shooting on Martha Street, just one of 3 shootings that happened last night, 2 of them deadly. The victim in the Martha Street shooting, a loved one says, is 25-year-old Jeremiah Prince. He died at the hospital from his injuries. News4Jax reporter Eric Abigné joining us live outside Jacksonville Police Headquarters with the latest on this investigation. Eric?
Joy, during the longer version of that video, I counted 19 shots that were fired. Prince's partner tells me off camera that he was hit more than 5 times. And I also learned that immediately after that barrage of gunfire, a car sped away from the scene. Moments before this section of Martha Street near Kings Road became a major crime scene, a nearby surveillance camera first recorded audio of what happened, then a video of a car speeding away. This was exactly 6:30 Monday evening. That was 16 shots fired in under 5 seconds. Then 8 seconds later, 3 more gunshots. Moments after that last shot is fired, we see a car leaving the crime scene and traveling down Martha Street at a high rate of speed. What led up to the gun violence is still unclear, but a loved one of the person who was shot identified the victim as 25-year-old Jeremiah Prince. He was taken to the hospital where he later died from his injuries. We met his loved one in front of the home where he was attacked. She did not want to speak on camera, only telling us that a young life was taken in a senseless attack in front of the victim's home. Then she later sent me a text message that said, a great son, brother, uncle, friend, and overall just a great young man, always smiling and joking, took on roles of many. We have to come up with more ways to solve our problems. Death shouldn't always be the outcome. They will pay for what they have done. Neighbors said police worked the crime scene all night, and by daybreak, you could hear a pin drop. No crime scene tape or police lights, just blood on the ground as a result of what happened the night before. Now, at this point, it's unclear how many people were involved in the shooting. So if anyone has information that can help detectives make an arrest in this case, you are strongly urged to contact JSO, or you can call Crime Stoppers and remain anonymous. Reporting live from outside
Jesus Christ.
Jacksonville Police Charger Man.
Right now on News4Jax at 5:30, a man has been arrested after a neighborhood on Jacksonville's north side was shot up.
Witnesses described the scene like a war zone.
19-year-old Tony Brown now facing several charges, including carrying a concealed firearm. His arrest report indicates others were running from police the night of the gunfire as well. News4Jax reporter Marilyn Parker is joining us live from JSO. So Marilyn, this brought out a SWAT investigation last week, and multiple shootings have been reported on the street, we understand.
That's right. It's so bad, and neighbors say they won't even sit on their porches. Take a look at JSO's crime map right here.
Well, the last 2 stories, the guy got killed on the porch, so I wouldn't do that either.
Smart.
Yeah, some men need to learn to sit in the backyard, man, and not in their cars either.
You can see multiple assaults and burglaries reported on this street, and this is just within the last month. Now, after Thursday's shootout, neighbors hope that JSO can continue to make arrests. This is video from Thursday's shootout.
Bullets were flying like we were in the middle of a war.
We went back Monday, found bullet holes in cars, windows, fences, walls, and tires. Neighbors called.
Look at the just disrespectful.
The Sun men have named the neighborhood Dodge City.
Gulledge Drive, Dodge City.
This was literally sounded like living on the front line of an attack.
They're too scared to speak on camera. Friday, they watched SWAT spend hours on their street. Sky 4 flew over the investigation. Detectives picked up bullet casings in front yards. Neighbors say JSO is very familiar with Gulledge Drive. After Thursday night's shooting, multiple homes were hit with gunfire. It's amazing no one was injured, but now these neighbors want to know what JSO is going to do about it. We learned 19-year-old Tony Brown was arrested while trying to hide behind a house on Gulledge Drive. In his report, officers noted how an address on Gulledge Drive was involved in roughly 7 to 10 violent crime investigations in the last year. Back in May, News4Jax interviewed a woman on this same street who says her home was shot up in retaliation to her 17-year-old grandson's arrest for murder. Neighbors are familiar with the case and they think it's connected.
So her house was shot up in retaliation to her 17-year-old grandson's arrest for murder.
Yeah, because he was living there.
Yeah, it's just he's in jail. They can't get him, so they're gonna shoot up his. Yikes!
My God!
Right? I mean, like, and the fact that these are the people that, like, literally everyone is tipped. If you talk about oppression or wrong, someone being wrong in America, you're talking about a Sun person. There's no room left. There's no bandwidth left for anyone else to talk about anything that they're suffering from. All of the oxygen, all of the bandwidth is used on Sun people. What's happening to them? Who's doing something to them? What group is marginalizing them?
SWAT can't do shit in the rest of the city because they have to be on patrol on this street.
Police need to be in armored vehicles to patrol this Dodge City.
They had to bring out the MRAPs.
Right. This is so bizarre because
deploy an entire armored division to this part of the town.
Insane, man.
Last year. Back in May, News4Jax interviewed a woman on this same street who says her home was shot up in retaliation to her 17-year-old grandson's arrest for murder. Neighbors are familiar with the case and they think it's connected. News4Jax also got a tip Friday from the 17-year-old's father who said it was retaliation.
These kids were prepared for what they came for. It was not just, we just gonna shoot a little bit and go.
We asked JSO Monday if there's an existing threat or danger to this community. They told us it is unknown at this time the motive for this incident, and they want citizens to speak up. JSO says the Violent Crimes Unit and the Crime Scene Unit is working this investigation. After we got this report, we also learned that the gang unit is also involved in the investigation. It is active and ongoing. If you have any information, you're asked to contact JSO or Crime Stoppers. Reporting live, Marilyn Parker, Channel 4, the local station.
Jesus
Christ. Why not blame the 17-year-old for bringing it to grandma's front door?
Yeah.
Right.
Or just the kids that came through and shot grandma's front door. It's just.
Right now at 6 o'clock, an arrest and a murder charge in the shooting death of this Jacksonville teen, Prince Holland, as he was riding home from football tryouts last month. His death sparked a citywide call for change. Sheriff T.K. Waters says the shooting grew out of escalating violence between two street groups, and police expect to make more arrests.
The suspect, Marcel Johnson, is now charged with second-degree murder. He's also charged with attempted second-degree murder and shooting.
He looks soft. What's your face? Shaggy. Soft.
I'm staying away from big dreads in Jacksonville, bro.
He look harder than the other dude that fucked up hair.
Yeah.
Poofy dreads are always a bad sign.
Salute to the freshman. Freshman says the Sun have a high tolerance for violence and criminality. Their apathy and lack of action is a failure of their whole community. I mean, they just don't care like that because it's not even apathy. It's they don't. This is they it's bandwidth. They have a bandwidth for this. They have
capacity.
Yeah, capacity for this. They know that this is part of the deal with us.
See, I know what police need to do in Baltimore, man. They need to get on Instagram and start insulting these different crews back and forth and get them to kill each other. Then nobody would give a shit.
Shooting into an occupied car. News for Jax reporter Alicia Hatcher has followed Prince Holland's murder from the beginning. She's joining us live from police headquarters downtown. Alicia, Johnson was actually arrested last month.
He was, Joy, and according to this arrest report, Johnson was originally arrested for felony marijuana possession and resisting police. We also learned more information in the last hour. We are unaware that if Johnson was the shooter or the driver at the time of the shooting, but we did learn that the suspects were in a 2020 Kia Rio with a distinctive license plate that was registered to one of Johnson's relatives, but detectives are still searching for more suspects.
We're coming for you. We won't rest. We will not tire, and you will be held accountable.
That is the message Sheriff T.K. Waters left for the people involved in the murder of 13-year-old Prince Holland at a briefing announcing the arrest of 22-year-old Marcel Johnson. Johnson is charged with a second-degree murder, multiple counts of attempted second-degree murder, and shooting into an occupied car.
Today, the first domino in this violent chain has fallen, and it won't be the last.
In December, Holland, 3 boys, and their coach were heading home from football tryouts when someone shot the SUV numerous times at the intersection of Moncrief Road and New Kings Road, killing Holland, injuring 21-year-old Jalen Burrows and an 11-year-old boy. Burrows released a statement after the arrest report briefing stating, "I want to thank everyone for the prayers and support. I was shot 10 times and I've been through 13 surgeries and many more procedures."
God, dog. This is one of the kids that survived.
Is this the one that the parents were bitching that they didn't know about their kid being in the car or trying out for football?
That one, yeah, I think that is
But who was the target?
probably the coach, man. Probably, or maybe a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity, I bet.
Thought it was a different, car or something.
Man, look at that hair. You ain't misidentified that hair.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm certain the prayers and love from the community has helped. All I wanted to do was give youth an alternative and show them how football unites and lifts us up. We met with detectives, and my attorney has helped them with interviews. We are here to assist JSO. We thank them for making an arrest and look forward to justice. Love, Jalen. Waters says they know Johnson did not commit these crimes by himself.
But what I can tell you is that this shooting was a culmination of escalating violence between two rival street groups. It was targeted, planned, and it was horrendous.
One domino falling at a time.
Maybe it wasn't random then.
No, but maybe the coach was. I'm sure they.
If the coach has a lawyer, he's expecting some liability to fall back on him.
Yeah.
Right now, news for.
We have new information and
This is.
Jacksonville's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, man.
I just threw that out there.
Yeah, it's very terrifying, man. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, these people.
Oh, this is Savannah. This is Brunswick. This is every coastal town in Georgia.
These people are savages, man.
America the Beautiful. From sea to shining sea.
It's like every
From
day.
sea to sunny sea.
Yeah, they never take a break. Like they're on the job they're the most consistent. You know what I'm saying? The most consistent ones as far as the most consistent entity in America. These motherfuckers. Oh man.
Jacksonville community activist Ben Frazier's court hearing will be delayed by 4 weeks. He was arrested last month during a city council meeting. Frazier's attorney, John Phillips, tells News4Jax prosecutors postponed today's hearing at the last minute. News4Jax reporter Brianna Andrews talked with Frazier and his attorney about their next steps in the case.
John Phillips and Ben Frazier are calling this a denial of justice. Frazier is facing misdemeanor trespassing and resisting arrest charges after refusing to leave the podium after his allowed time ended during last month's city council meeting.
We can't keep doing this. We can't keep having somebody who's been arrested, spent a night in jail for political speech because he spent 68 seconds or 2 minutes instead of the allotted 65 seconds. And some countries, including this one, we call that a political prisoner.
He spent twice as long
Frazier
as
was
he was
arrested
allowed
and
to.
released from jail with no bond the day after the city council meeting. He and others were there to advocate for the removal of Confederate monuments across the city. Frazier says he plans to.
And then your leaders are worried about shit like this in the middle of this fucking crisis.
I mean, like, whatever, get rid of him, right? But your kid's getting slaughtered 1 million miles a minute in Jacksonville. And this is what this guy is getting.
And they're worried about stone statues of old white guys.
I mean, look, get rid of them if you don't like them. I don't even give a shit. But it's what the fuck?
Yeah, like it's like bizarre. You can't. I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around. Like, this is one of your leaders. He was arrested because he was so fervent and gung ho about this fucking cause that he was like he couldn't let this ride. And you find out it was some statues of Confederate soldiers, and it's like this disrespectful for a leader, a activist in the black community to get arrested and make a big fuss of scene about something other than the stories I just showed you, recent stories I just showed you in his own town. It's disrespectful. Those kids, the bodies, those black men and those people that died, they're being disrespected by this. You mean you're out here protesting about some fucking statues? You fucking kidding me? And look at all of them. They're all like, yeah, yep, we are.
It's wild, man.
And they're wearing Proud Boy colors too. I don't know if they know that.
I mean, this was a rough show for me today, man. I thought, like, I think sometimes I've gotten cold to this stuff, or I've seen it all, and I just these.
That's your admixture coming out.
I don't have no admixture, man.
You gotta have some, man. You gotta have some, because you ain't like these guys.
Maybe 5% or 10%, no more than 10, man. Listen.
Oh, brother, you got a good 10% then,
dude.
5%'s a lot, right?
That's right.
The average is like third. I think the average is like between 25% African American.
We're adopting you anyway.
Yeah, but you're also African.
I got a big
on half, so
Yeah, well, the glider man in the middle has got the opposite admixture, and he ain't doing any good for us. So I don't know.
Hey, he's a lawyer. They're not human.
This shit this is a bizarre city, man. I mean, like, what the fuck? And this is not like a city you would hear spoken about, like on the national stage. This is just a little tucked away city. Everything here is local, and you wouldn't. Most people who don't live here don't know shit about what's going on in this town. It's not like New York or Philly where people, oh yeah, they're having some issues over there, right? You could not know this is all that is going on in anonymously, in anonymity.
Scrappy
To the
little
rest of the country.
Jacksonville is making a real play for the Sun Bowl this year.
This is a pull off of I-95 on your way to Florida. That's all Jacksonville is.
Yeah, this is going on. This is not getting any fanfare. It's just a little fucking
They're putting up
hellhole.
New Orleans numbers in early 2023.
Yeah, in the middle of a little hellhole down 95, man, and it is fucking insane, man. Yeah, we did Jacksonville last week because I'm seeing some of these stories that we already did. Shit. All right, guys, man. Started late, but I went an hour later.
Good
so
show,
I see
man.
you guys
Good
tomorrow,
show.
man. Peace
Good
out.
show.
Peace
Good
out.
night,
Y'all have a
everyone.
good night.
Take care, y'all.
Yeah, y'all.
Good night.